Welcome one and all here to the China region as we continue the third and final tour of this DPC year on the run up into the final major of the year, but more importantly, beginning the journey towards the international. My name is Snare, and this morning I'll be joined by a legend of the game, Lacoste. What's going on, fam? Welcome back to China. How are you feeling in general, and how are you feeling about the new patch, fam?
New patch so far has been really promising, I would say. There's a lot of stuff that is still unexplored. There's the new tech that is coming out each day in every different region, so really loving it. It's gonna take us a lot of time, I would say, to figure out what's really strong. Like there's different ideas clashing, and I also think that Dota right now does allow you to play different play styles from different positions, which is really nice. Whether you want to go for auras, we've seen these like a little bit more greedy players coming out from the off lane. They tend to pick like different heroes. I think good example is Quest that I cast like 3 hours ago, that they did extremely well with just being able to play these old school heroes, like playing Razor, playing Mars from the off lane. But yeah, China again looks stacked this DPC tour. China needs to do well, because right now, looking at the DPC standings, doesn't look too hot. They have 0 teams in top 12, so not a single team is yet guaranteed invite to the international, how things are looking right now. And also, they need to step it up when it comes to majors, because last 2 majors, they were unable to get top 6. Definitely one of those things that China was always good at, having really good results on LAN. So want to see them, maybe they need a little bit more time. China was sometimes a little bit more slower when it comes down to like exploring patches, and all eyes were on Western Europe pretty much the last year, this year as well. People try to copy, implement their own ideas. So I think that's a good way to start things off, and also have your own ideas. But yeah.
China definitely does need a massive leg up at this point in time. Of course, one of the ways they can get that leg up is by playing as many games as possible, learning the game as they're playing it out. And for those of you who missed what this first day of action brought to us, let's take a quick recap, see what happened when we first began our tour. We had Piggy Killer taking on the side of Extreme Gaming. Very surprisingly, Piggy Killer was able to secure game 1 here. And although Piggy Killer does have some fairly renowned names on the roster, you just mentioned it yourself. This is an Extreme Gaming team that was at the major. They didn't perform that well at the major, but nonetheless, they still got into the playoff stage. So you would have imagined that they'd take this series 2-0, but definitely not the case. Piggy Killer made them work for it, even though they got the W at the very end there. And speaking of major performances, Lacoste, one thing that I've always felt this last year and a half, that China's been definitely in transition, right? A lot of the older big pros have retired. A lot of the teams no longer exist anymore. People have just moved on from the game. How much more time do you think is needed for China to cook in the oven before we have your Extreme Gaming performing well, both in the region and on LAN?
Yeah, this is I would say one time last year and this year where China, like in terms of result, didn't really deliver, but they can always bounce back. Like looking at the DPC Tour 3, the amount of teams that they have, we can see some old pros also coming back, like Somnus, Chalice, they're ready to play one more time. So I think the chances are getting better and better. As you said, it's kind of a transition period where a lot of old guard did retire. So they need a new blood. They need to figure out like whether they want to stick with like just straight up new blood, or if the combination of like 1-2 really old school experienced players combined with the new blood is going to be the winning formula.
In this particular series, so that combination was a winning formula for Extreme Gaming, as Ghost, who's still making himself more renowned in the scene, even though he's established himself over the last year. They got the W off the back of an obscenely farmed Alchemist that he was playing here. Although the game was a little bit closer than it could have been, because they were playing and having to deal with Medusa. Eventually, the Peak Alchemist hits, and Peak Alchemist does Peak Alchemist things. And that allowed, of course, Extreme Gaming to be the first team that we saw getting a win here in the DPC. And they got themselves their first major slot last tour, so they're probably trying to keep the good times rolling. Here, of course, the second series, we had PSG LGD taking on Aster Ares. Aster Ares having taken XWI back from the main team Aster to replace White Album, and Zeal, of course, being kicked from LGD to make way for New, the former offlaner for Vici Gaming. I think PSG LGD, you're talking about like the results not coming internationally. this is probably the team that's the most disappointing in that regard. Not only because they've been failing to get those results, but normally this was the one team that you'd be like, yeah, well, Asta's going to do well regionally. They'll fail internationally. You could rely on LGD, Lacoste. That has been changing, especially because they just can't seem to rely on their offlaners right now.
Yeah, they can't seem to find the perfect fit. They've been playing with different offlaner each tour, so we'll see how this one goes. Like, they also changed the roster quite a bit. In their own region, they looked very dominant, I would say. Both them and Astra look like the best teams. Like, especially PSG LGD Tour 2, they started off great, then kind of fell off. But also a team that does have experience coming out from the Y, coming out from the coach. So we'll have to see, but they need to step it up. This is some of the big shoes that were supposed to be filled. We talked about it. I think everybody also knows how the old PSG LGD guard with Ame, they were always ready to secure top 3, top 4 spots at all the major events, but it's just not happening for this PSG LGD. They need a little bit of extra, need a little bit of a kick, and you can see the games that they played so far in the DPC, kind of also, I would say, struggling to close out the game against a team like Astra Aries, which I don't think should be the case. Took them a good 55 minutes to win game 1.
Yeah, definitely should not be the case the way that LGD is situated right now. And watching that game, yeah, one could argue that they were taking their time, but we've seen other regions, especially the best region in the world right now, sadly, which is Europe. Even Xiaowei was telling us that he almost exclusively just watches Europe. Yeah, I don't like when one region is this dominant. It kind of feels like the difference between Europe and the rest of the world is a bit too large. I like these years where there's 2 regions that are really strong, a third one that's on the come up that can surprise you with a couple of teams. Right now, you're pretty much just witnessing just European dominance, man. Besides, I'm African. I've had enough European dominance, because it's chilled. After that game, LGD found themselves at the top of the leaderboard, joined by Extreme Gaming, of course, and then at the very bottom, Asta Aries and Piggy Killer. Although that's just the first game, and we have seen in prior DPC tours that one loss is not necessarily the difference between going to a major or not. Early on, it becomes that way as time goes on. We've seen teams win divisions by going 6-1, so having one loss doesn't change anything all that much. So for Piggy Killer, for example, they need to find their revenge today against Team Bright. And then later on today, Lacoste, you get to have something special. As the Aries, they're also looking for their first victory, but we get to see the return of Somnus. Somnus, Chalice, FY, Tianming, and Lua formed Azure Array. They bought the YBB slot. Just looking at the team sheet, what do you make of them? However, also take into account that they're all going to be a little bit rusty, 2 of them at the very least for this next tour.
Yeah, not sure about the expectations. Sure, you see the names, you're like, well, this team is going to do good. Same thing happened after seeing X Vici Gaming, the one that FY played for last DPC tour. I think Elephant is the biggest example. I would say this was one of the biggest fails when it comes down in terms of expectations, how teams is gonna do. It was star-studded lineup. In the end, didn't do too well. So it's oh, maybe this tour, maybe the second tour, it was just not there. We'll see. I don't want to put it out there. I don't want to feel because I had my good hopes with the teams like this before, but it looks like this is it. They're gonna make them great again, but it just didn't happen. So I want to see them maybe 1, 2, 3 games to see how they're going to be squaring up against some of these better teams, because the first series that they play, it's should be relatively easy for them, I would say. But then when they are starting to play against teams like Astra, PSG LGD, this is going to be the real test.
Right now, I think it might help them that they get to play an Asta Aries first to warm up, get themselves back into the competitive spirit. But we'll see how they perform down the stretch. And there's still a lot of question marks. Like you mentioned, guys coming back who haven't been in the mix for a while. And on the other side, players like Lu and Tianming, who have been struggling to just define themselves as players and really leave their mark on the Chinese region. So it'll be very interesting to see where that team goes. And then, of course, Asta Aries, a team that's just fun to watch. Honestly, I just hope Asta Aries always stays in Div 1. I always want some Ulu game where he dies on CK or Ursa and just calls GG at minute 22. So they need to stick around. Do not disband. Keep the exact same roster. They make the Chinese region much more fun than it would be otherwise. And then looking at our first series, though, Lacoste, Team Bright taking on Piggy Killer. Team Bright is going to be their first game, not just so far in the tour, but having made promotion from Division 2. They were second place there. They'd already lost to Piggy Killer. It's a bit rough for them, right? Because if they lose this one, it doesn't get any easier from here. The only thing that's left down the stretch is even more complicated opponents.
Yeah, pretty much. It's like Aster Aries, maybe you can take on them, but seeing how they played in Division 2, it was not very convincing compared to like Piggy Killer, their performance in Division 2. All of their wins were 2-0s. They only lost one series, while Team Bright, there were some ups and downs, and also finishing the season, the tour, with 4-3 score. Not the best score, needing to play the tiebreakers as well. So they're kind of in the middle of the pack for Div 2 as a team. They didn't change their roster, so not going to be an easy one for them. They also play like a lot of cookie cutter. I think they still need to define what their like strategy and like how the team's gonna look in terms of picks and everything, especially in the new patch, how much they managed to explore the new patch compared to Piggy Killer, who is a team like, if you don't know because they do like to change their nicknames all the time, so you're all like, who the hell is this? Like, who's Ava? Because you never heard about him. That's SRF. Then you're like, well, maybe this first guy is really good. It's Fate. So, a guy that has a lot of competitive experience from Aster, Wichi, eHome, you name it. IG, he played for all the big Chinese organization, one of the also shortest retirements in Dota history, just like a couple of days as well. Yeah, this is what I'm going to remember. That's how you get out of the contract. You're like, all right, guys, see ya, I'm out. Don't want to play Dota anymore. Then 3 days after, like, I'm back, guys. Here I am. Look at me, ready to go. Join a new team.
The emblematic Chinese retirement. You'll love to see it. So, of course, we have some very storied names on the side of Piggy Killer. For Team Bright, they have to prove that they are names worth remembering, and we'll find out with our first draft of the day. On Radiant side, Team Bright is there with the first pick, and we have Piggy Killer with Dire's second pick. A very curious stat, Lacoste, at the major, Radiant's first pick had a 68% win rate. So that's having Radiant first pick was actually busted back there. Do you think that there's actually something particular about this combination, or was it just a circumstance of the major that the teams that happen to be winning also happen to be going Radiant first pick?
I think it comes down to these outposts, defending Radiant, like we've seen it multiple times with the buybacks, holding the outposts. Like you kill Roshan, first Roshan, like on Radiant's side. I think it's much easier to hold it, like the area around it, to place a high ground ward. And speaking of the heroes that are really good at doing so, Beastmaster definitely the one, providing vision, going for these pickoffs. And also Techies. Techies as a hero has been, I think this is top 2, probably position 4 heroes in the game right now. The hero is just insane. Doesn't play for that 15-minute shard anymore, so you have like, before you needed to save gold, like leave 1,500, 1,400 gold to be able to buy a shard. It was just like unused gold that you're not getting anything. So between 10 and 15-minute mark, you couldn't really play Dota as much as you would want to. Now things have changed. Doesn't have silence, has this AoE stun. So
just so good.
In terms of laning, this is probably going to be their offlane duo for Piggy Killer, Techies and Magnus, and it's super strong.
Yep. Techies is super strong. Magnus in general lately has been crazy strong. The hero can be played in pretty much every position, does a ton of damage, scales decently in the game with his itemization. I like this opener. As much as I hate Techies, I've always hated Techies, I have to admit it's pretty good right now, so it makes sense to pick this up. The one hero, though, that is atypical for this meta right now. If you tell me there's a first phase Beastmaster, whatever, Techies, Magnus, whatever, but Weaver, my friend, later in the draft, I can see a place for this hero. But Weaver's not getting banned, Lacoste. What's the rationale here for Team Bright to grab this hero on the 8th pick here in the first phase?
That's why I said that they do love cookie cutter. I don't see the clear reasoning yet. I've been experimenting a bit with position 4 Weaver. I think the hero has the place in the game, considering that you always have stuff to do around the map. with all these objectives, Weaver as a hero can easily move across the map, steal enemy XP rune, which is a big deal. We wanted to balance it out in 733C. With those changes that like 2 heroes get it, now it's even more snowbally. We got the other effect, the one that we didn't want to. So now the game can be even more snowbally coming out from these like 2 wisdom runes that you pick up for your own team. You'll have on one side 2 supports that are like level 6, 8, 9 minutes into the game, and on the other side you'll have them being level 4, so they'll struggle. There is ways to earn XP, however, with stacking. This is why Magnus gets even more popular. Same goes for Beastmaster. These are the 2 offlaners that can easily take the stacks, and you also get a little bit more experience from dewarding, so that's also good for the supports.
A lot of little quality of life changes to assist the supports. Before that, when the patch first dropped, it wasn't atypical for me to see supports 30 minutes into a game and some heroes like level 11. And you're like, well, okay, where are you actually supposed to get this experience from? Your cores are just farming everything. You just show up and then you just die instantly. It was rough. But things are getting better. You were talking earlier about how Teki is one of the best 4-position heroes in the game right now. One of the other heroes in the support role that has been spectacular. His rise started in the prior patch, is continuing into this one. Disruptor, what a hero, Lucas. Gives you everything you could want. With Magnus and Disruptor together. Yes, yeah. Okay,
Absolutely.
Did you see that Disruptor game last night?
Yeah, the Disruptor is just still insane. It was first, I'd say, heavily introduced by Entity, previous DPC tour. It was exclusively played by Fishman, that other teams were like, I think it was Tour 1 that it actually started with teams like, well, this team, hero, he's really good. And speaking of really good heroes, Void Spirit, new Universal hero.
Yep.
This hero is pretty nuts. Coming out from the mid lane, the amount of damage that he can do with this new tech, Echo Saber Deso, it's insane. So, try to reduce some of the damage. This looks like it's going to be just Void Spirit on the mid lane. Weaver can be played as a core, but now after this Disruptor pickup, you definitely want to shift this to position 4 with the Beastmaster. It's a strong lane. You can kill couriers. Beastmaster provides vision. You one-shot them. And now Naga Siren picked up. It's a really good Naga Siren game. They were not thinking about this one. Oof.
Yeah, it's a very good Naga game. Last tour, although Fly wasn't involved in Tour 1, the one game he played for Vici Gaming that allowed them to look pretty decent. They almost grabbed their first win off the back of it, or their second one rather, was when he was playing Naga Siren. Knows what he's doing with this hero. Like you said, very good game for it. The burst damage from Team Bright is almost exclusively limited to this Void Spirit, and it's not the easiest thing to kill Naga. So she's going to be very, very happy in this game. And also, you were talking about playing Weaver carry when they're Disruptor in the game. I used to play a lot of Weaver carry. If I see Disruptor enemy team, I'm just like, well, let's just lose MMR for free. It's fine.
Guys, someone else pick carry, please.
Yep, I can't do this. This game is impossible to play. This Disruptor in general, though, that still feels really good in this game, especially because you have 2 heroes now between Magnus and the Naga that can set up both of your really good spells. Naga Song into Disruptor. Remember when Newbie used to win games with the strategy day in, day out? Win majors, in fact, using this particular strategy. So it is still pretty good. Not as busted as it used to be, but still going to present many problems for the side of Team
You
Bright.
still have something to play off when it comes down to like mid and super late game. Disruptor eventually will farm that Aghanim Scepter, so it's a big turnaround potential. Just one of the better Ags upgrades in the game. You totally become Doom. So they need to figure out some kind of a carry that deals well with Naga Siren. Big Killer banning out Monkey King, which is a good one, I would say. I think the other one could be Sven. Does allow them to hit an earlier timing. Have a built-in cleave. But Big Killer, one thing I noticed about them is they have a really good grasp of meta. It feels like they're playing kind of a European style of Dota with the heroes that they're playing. They're not experimenting too much. They're picking strong heroes, strong lanes. And seems like that's going to be the case for this series as well.
For safe lanes for Bright, how would you feel about our boy, the fat boy, Pudge, with Lich Frost armor on top of him, decent into the Naga illusions? The lane should be pretty acceptable against the Magnus, and it's some harder disable later on in the game as well.
That's a good choice. It was considered as a really good counter to Naga during the first DPC tour when Pudge was slightly more popular coming from that carrier role, but we'll have to see what they end up going for. Okay, so it's going to be Arc Warden in the end. They want to
Okay.
prolong the game as much as possible against Naga Siren. Huh. A hero that builds into Gleipnir, so or Mjolnir, whichever you want to go for. I think maybe Mjolnir might be slightly better here, considering you're playing into Naga. So having more procs, we'll see. But I would prefer if it's something else. They oriented to go for something more late game. I did mention Sven, but then you are putting yourself on a timer. And now you don't have enough control, I would say, for this Storm Spirit. It's also a hero that can easily find Arc Warden, find this Weaver, Beastmaster as well. You have Naga Siren to kind of bail you out of the trouble. You have really strong team fights with Disruptor, Naga Siren, Magnus. So things are... I also don't know what to feel about new Arc Warden as a hero, because this hero always was like kind of a weird one, I would say. Having a read on him, how strong he is, it's very hard to balance out this hero as well, because there's no in between. This hero is either not picked or being like heavily contested, then maybe pops up from time to time. Someone thinks we'll make it work, but we'll have to see. Team Bright, this is why I said they love to play cookie cutter. These are some heroes that we don't see usually, at least not in this meta. Weaver, Arc Warden, these are the two that kind of stand out to me.
Stand out quite a lot in terms of being very, very strange. And like you mentioned, there's going to be a support Weaver as well. So it's going to be intriguing to see how it actually functions in this particular game, especially now that they have to deal with this mid-Storm Spirit. I find it very intriguing that XM is playing the Storm. When he made his rise in China, there was a couple of months where XM spent being #1 on the leaderboard within the Chinese region. This is when he was still playing on eHome, and he was doing it mostly on Void Spirit. And I remember he did some random interview where he mentioned he celebrates whenever he gets to play up against somebody else who doesn't know the matchups as well as he does, because he'll know how to exploit it, even in a disfavorable situation. And I imagine here he can do the same thing with the Storm. Beforehand, them having like out-and-out lockdown besides the Magnus wasn't that great. Now they have the Storm. They can even reach this Arc Warden right now, even inside of their own bubble. I am going to be favoring the side here of Piggy Killer Lacoste, but give me some hopium. What do Team Bright need to do to take this W here in Game 1?
I mean, this is Arc Warden we're talking about. If you play around him, if you make his lane really good, we're going to see probably a lot of rotations coming out to the mid lane, because he's going to need some kind of a support coming out from his teams. But Lich, Void Spirit, you have like physical resistance against these heroes looks really good. There is a ton of magical damage on side of Piggy Killer, but Weaver, Beastmaster, like in terms of lanes, they have relatively strong lanes. So we'll have to see how this one goes. I'm like all eyes on Void Spirit, because this hero has been super good. Oh no.
Void Spirit actually gets find himself in a situation where he has to watch Mercy die, can't participate in getting the first blood because he's too far away. But Imitator will get the gold for himself. He might end up dying here, being chased by a sticky bomb, and he actually gets away. Sakuchi keeps him alive, and they don't actually track the movement. Weaver showing himself to be as slippery a customer as he appears. So get the first blood, they don't even lose the life. And I think he should be able to deny himself. Yep, he's all good. Nice.
Bought all the stuff. Blood Grenade, what an item. For people out there who still didn't manage to catch much Pro Dota, buy this item. It's so good.
Very
like
good.
You need to have it for setting things up. Gives you so much more kill threat. Let's see. Phoenix, is he going to be able to pick up Rune here? Not really.
Yeah.
I think both offlaners have a lot of kill threat on the enemy safe laner. This is Beastmaster, also Weaver. Imitator was the one who picked up the first blood going into Urn. And also Piggy Killer offlane. Magnus, Techies, displacement tool, you push out the lane. Both of these heroes need to be careful about how they approach it, especially if the lane pushes, it gets closer to tier 1 tower, the enemy tier 1 tower. You might like get slowed, get skewered. It's a lot of slow. And also, it's going to be relatively difficult to push out Magnus out of the lane. You are playing into 2 ranged cores, heroes, but still, not going to be as easy. This hero is just insane at the moment.
Yep. Also crazy tanky. He's going to get bracers, presumably find a Vanguard or at least a Ring of Health, and then make himself very, very tanky and hard to deal with. Throughout the course of this game, it's going to be intriguing to see whether or not Pick a Killer feel like they need to build up any auras. Because you mentioned it earlier, they actually do have several sources of damage mitigation on Team Bright. And it could be a game where Beastmaster builds into his own damage mitigation. And Pick a Killer might not be able to match that. Speaking of, top lane, Mercy almost died. Blood Grenade brought him low, but Glimpse helpfully provides some salvation, so he should be fine.
Should be a good lane for Irving here. In terms of CSing, Weaver does put a lot of pressure, and now Mercy.
He's
He's really low. Those axes miss. I don't think it would kill him, but also keeping him low does not allow Disruptor to play aggressive, something that he really likes. He's kind of a lane bully. Mercy.
He's actually being dove on right now. Oof, Imitator just can't get off the Geminate attack. But he might try again when Sakuchi's back online. Mercy needs help. He's tangoing for all he's worth right now. But he knows that one bad step and he could end up dying. And they've got this creep wave underneath the tower at all times, so he can't even feel safe from these dives coming in from the Weaver.
One of the better heroes to dive tower with. Irving also putting a point in Inner Beast. Imitator doing the thing again. Just playing very aggressive on Mercy at the moment. Getting glimpsed with Shikuchi. Should be fine. No point in the net on Nagatharan yet, only level 2.
And they didn't have the Sentry Ward that's being ferried onto the courier right now. Hadn't arrived just yet, so they did not have the necessary vision. A lot of pressure being applied top, but Mercy will just be glad that most of it is coming towards him and not Fly. Unfortunately, though, Fly not able to get as much CS as he would like. At the same time, though, it's not like he's that much behind the Arc Warden, but the Arc Warden involved in a kill right now, bringing down the techies, will end up losing his Lich. But you were talking about how both offlanes do have some kill threat. Does seem like it's going to be the support struggling against these kills right now, but we do see some action finally happening in this bottom side of the map.
Not too bad of a trade for Bright. Arc Warden getting a kill, getting some extra gold, will push him closer to his hand of Midas, so we'll see. Ava also getting his solo experience from that kill. Now starting to put a little bit more points into Empower, wants to be able to farm it up. In terms of stacking, there are no stacks being made at the moment, but Techies, he was maybe thinking about going top lane, try to set something up. We'll go back to bottom.
Yep. Frisk is still going to just be here being an annoyance for the game. I'm hoping that this is going to be one of these games where Ava, aka SRF, builds himself an Echo Saber. I've been loving these Harpoon Magnuses. So if that's an option for him, it would be really great to see as time goes on. Also allow him to keep farming as well. But it's still early days. We do eventually have to talk about this mid lane, though. I hate these Spirit matchups, man, honestly. Just farm fist. Nothing happens. People just hit creeps.
Yeah, you don't see the kills. Maybe if it's like Storm against Ember Spirit, you will see a kill coming out from Storm. But other than that, not as much. Like, you know the limits. You need to know these matchups. And again, Bright playing very aggressive on the top lane. Beastmaster very close on top of the leaderboards.
Yep.
In terms of CS, and they're gonna pop the glyph. That means something aggressive is happening in this top lane. Mercy, very careful how he approaches. Imitator's been in his face for a long time.
Yep. Imitator just playing into him. They might actually try to go for him at the moment. Mercy, very low. He's actually gonna die here. Yeah, he's dead, dude. Wait, what? Beastmaster? 3 seconds? Wild Access? Wild Access?
Well, snipe him probably. Ooh.
No, he's gonna miss. He didn't have vision. Imitator couldn't keep vision. Nighttime just hit. Oh my god, what a time to be alive. Literally for Mercy. If it's not nighttime, he's dead for sure. Well, does end up wasting more of their time on the side of the Radiant. And this is good for Fly. He doesn't have to play as conservatively now, because otherwise it would have been 100% just pushed behind the tower.
They killed all these trees, pulling the creep wave. Kind of a rough one, but Mercy doesn't die in the end. Maybe with a point in Swarm, it would provide vision. And you can see Lich also rotating to the top lane. They want a big kill. They want to kill Fly.
They
Don't
do,
have
but
enough
Flashlight not an
flows.
easy customer. Iron Dian can't actually make it happen, and Mercy gets the glimpse back onto Imitator. Just TPs into his own death. I don't think Fly dies even if they leave him. I'm not sure the disrupted TP was necessary for that one, but nonetheless, it does come in. Fly does find some revenge, but in the meantime, mid lane, we see the Techies make his first move on the map, assisting XM to kill off the Void Spirit. And XM was already doing a pretty decent number in the CS department on his counterpart, but now he has the kill advantage. Gonna steal a bounce unit as
this
well.
is a
And
big
with the
one.
DDU and mana, go bottom, right?
Yeah, if he can find Arc Warden before he can finish off Hand of Midas, that would be pretty big. In terms of vision, they don't see anything. So for now, Arc Warden will just stay here. It's a safe spot.
Yeah. He's throwing in spark credits everywhere to try and make sure he scouts out a potential movement. But they know they're coming in towards him, and so does he, though. He just gets out, takes the Twin Gate, heads to the other side of the map. He's like, all right, boys, I want nothing to do with this. And he could not have gotten out faster than that. That was a perfect time to escape because it keeps him alive, although they can't do anything to keep the tower running at the
double
moment.
damage, 3 points and M power. That's going to be more than enough to take it. And they can't mirror the movement. Let's see. Imitator manages to pick up his own Wisdom Rune, so that's a little bit of extra XP coming out for him and Lich. On the side of Piggy Killer, there is no one that picked it up yet. Mercy will take care of that business. Wants to put some more levels. Didn't really have a good laning stage on Disruptor.
Euphemism of the century, my friend. Although he'll probably just be happy he didn't die. He'll just be like, you know, I died once or twice. It's acceptable. I didn't chain feed that lane. That lane is very easy to chain feed with him.
Could have been a disaster, I agree. And now you guys thought that Vanguard's not going to be picked up after these nerfs. Well, guess what? You were wrong. It's still a really good item. Still pushes you out of the lane easily. You can farm Ancients. XM, when it comes down to the amount of control that they have for Storm Spirit, it's not really there. It's going to be about whether Storm Spirit loses his mana pool. Frisk?
Frisk is a good guy, man. You know, he's friends with some of these guys on Team Bright. He's like, I see y'all are struggling with your net worth. I got you. Ends up donating a little bit with his life. So what scary levels are we waiting for? We don't have the level 6 just yet on the Disruptor. So at least for now, Void Spirit can play a little bit more safely with his own level 6. Top lane, Ava might die here. Do they have Sinister Gaze? They do, but he can't find the range on this Lich. That is one of the few problems I do have with this draft here on the side of Team Bright. That their supports, man, they just can't force fights to happen on their own accord. They have to rely on their cores. And here comes a fight. XM smoked up with Mercy and Frisk nearby him. They're going on to Irving first. They really want the Beastmaster. RP holds him in position. And even though they threw out the Sinister Gaze, it will not save the Beastmaster. Mercy will happily die for that one. But Frisk, maybe not going to be as happy to follow him into the grave. Turns into a 2-for-1 affair, but that one is the Beastmaster. And they do need Irving to do well for this game on the side of Team Bright.
He needs to be the one buying auras for his team. So dying there, level 6 Beastmaster, 9 minutes into the game. Looking at the stacks in his triangle, there aren't any being made as we speak. But Arc Warden is in a good spot, I would say. Like, sure, it doesn't look good right now on the board, but does have Hand of Midas, will continue to farm up. Phoenix needs to be the one who's active. They have like really good heroes that can be paired up with him, with Aether Weavers, gonna push a little bit of extra damage. And look at right now, like Lich, level 6, with just 1 Wisdom Rune picked up. So Chain Frost ready to go, pre-10-minute mark.
We'll see if they can deploy it anywhere on the map. There's going to be a small skirmish happening in the river here. As they drag back the Disruptor, should be able to kill him off. The question is, can they all escape? Irving is actually making his way over here, so they may be potentially looking towards bringing down XM. XM, be careful. There's a Prime Aurora at the ready, but he does manage to get behind the tower. Radiant lineup do not have a Disruptor, so they can't drag him back. Okay, that's O's all right, I suppose. Although Bright will probably be unhappy that Irving came all this way, but they're not going to get a tower off of it.
When it comes down to tower damage, Bright needs to play with Beastmaster. There's still tier 1 standing in this top lane. Also, he's not going for the Helm creep, so tower damage is going to be lacking. 1 point in Boar only at the moment. So they will need to group up. Arc Warden has been sitting in this bottom lane, like the outer ring, trying to farm up. Same goes for Fly, who is having not the greatest time on Naga Siren, but all it takes is like 5-10 minutes when you're left alone, and you're going to be able to get the items.
You're being uncharacteristically kind today, Lacoste. I'm not used to this.
What am I saying? Just keep being PMA? Maybe that's the lack of sleep.
Man. Nah, I like it. I like it. I like
It's the
this
start
music.
of the tour. Can't really just start flaming people immediately.
I see. You gotta build up to it. Okay, makes sense. Makes sense. We did have a smoke gank from Phoenix and Undyne. They were trying to utilize the chain frost you mentioned earlier, but they couldn't find a target. They'll have to content themselves with bringing down Mercy. And man, he really wanted to use chain frost. He threw it onto the disruptor, and it will allow them to get the kill. But now the spell is down. Sin Gaze thrown middle, but that's just to bail Phoenix out of trouble. I mean, if I'm picking killer, I'm like, Mercy, can you die like that again when you respawn, bro? Please.
Well, maybe not, not again like that. Needs that level 6 to be able to threaten a kill. On Void Spirit, play with Storm. Let's see if they refill his bottle.
He gets it, yeah. And they found the stun onto the Weaver. What's actually really funny is that that change to the blast off might have saved the Weaver's life. He might still end up dead here, and indeed he does. If he was a little bit higher on the levels, maybe a few more one charges, he might have lived. But it being a stun over and above, it being a long-lasting silence, does let him get the time lapse off, but there's a disruptor, and that's why you can't play Core Weaver into disruptor. Even a time lapse, you suck.
Yeah, it feels like you suffered through it. Just not being able to use your abilities at all. It's like, oh, kind of kills your hero unless you have Lincoln's BKB, which is kind of too defensive for the hero. But yeah, Arc Warden has been left alone. 0 deaths on him at the moment. Maelstrom already finished 12 minutes into the game on top of Hand of Midas, level 10. So looking really good, and you're getting your build that you wanted on Magnus. This is kind of a build that does allow you to stay on top of the network, even while building auras. Oh, that's the first static.
First static storm, will it lead into the first kill onto the Void Spirits from this combination? No, it will not. Instead, XM is the one that's in danger. Dragged back with the Aether Remnant. He will live. Techies might not be so lucky. Getting assaulted by Imitator. They get the Swarm Buglings on him. And it's going to be enough to find the kill.
Oh, no.
They're still not done just yet, though. They're chasing for more. They really want to find Mercy, and Mercy gets killed off by the Arc Warden, granting a double towards him. He finally makes his presence known in the midst of a fight here, Lacoste, and it proves to be very handy for Bright. They get both support, and they're going to get the tower off top of it.
As soon as He2T joins with his Tempest double, they also kill the tower. Irving is also there. He can disassemble his Vanguard, get the pipe. So that's going to be a big one. Needs to make some slots. This is what happens. Okay, so we'll get there eventually. And there it is, pipe. 13, 14 minutes into the game. Yeah, the thing about Vanguard being disassemblable is what makes it super strong, because you kind of want the Vanguard for the laning stage, then you also want to get a pipe most of the time, and then you can go back to Vanguard, get the Crimson. It's good against Naga Siren, good against Magnus.
Bro, I heads up think Vanguard should be removed from the game. Like, no cap. I'm not even joking about it. Like, I think it's just too good. This is on some pro man's shield level type of nonsense.
I was about to say, make the same comparison. Poor man's shield, what an item. It's like literally not receiving damage. Now we do have like init damage block, which was not a thing back then. But still, yeah, PMS on the Agi heroes. I remember Brood Mother PMS having extra region on top of it, literally taking 0 damage.
Yep. That's how I feel whenever I'm playing a lane now, and then I'm playing with some Underlord, and at first I'm winning the lane, then he buys Vanguard, and it's like, well, okay, now what? I actually don't do anything. Bottom lane, speaking of now what is that we're assaulting Phoenix. It didn't work last time, Lacoste, but this time we have Fly with us, so we have the necessary damage to supply. That was a very nice trap to spring, because they were here for quite some time, just waiting patiently for their opportunity. And Mercy springs his trap to get this kill, and they get to force back this bottom side of the map.
Naga Siren has been controlling this bottom area of the map, not allowing anyone to enter, has a point in Song of the Siren. Heavy farm on both of these cores Team Bright, however, having Arc Warden. This is also very annoying. I don't know if you've seen it, Arc Warden with Manta style. So it's going to be a lot of confusion. Like you'll have 6 Arc Wardens in the middle of a fight trying to figure out which one is real. They're going for Roche. Okay. It's going to take them a little bit more time, but having Bubble and also that minus armor coming out from the Swarm, from Medallion, this is definitely something that Piggy Killer doesn't expect to happen. Like, this is 16 minutes we're talking about.
Not only do you have that additional damage coming in from the sources of minus armor you mentioned, we have Inner Beast Aura, but we also have Ice Armor. Underrated spell with the Frost Shield for taking Roshan. Make sure that whoever is tanking the hits just takes forever to lose any real health.
Arc Warden has
free
been
Roche?
changed so much. Like the Tempest double magnetic field gives you extra bonus magic damage, so it kind of works like a tag team in a way to be able to kill Roshan with it faster. You need to have like PhD to understand what Arc Warden does these days. It's a lot of text.
Question: if you pop the Tempest double magnetic field, right, and then you go inside it and imitate it, it's just a weave or whatever. If you have a phylactery, will it proc and give you bonus magic damage on your first couple of attacks? Or will it not work given that you're not actually casting a spell?
Well, you need to use ability. So if you like use Flux.
Yeah, but I mean will it trigger off of magnetic field, or do you have to cast another spell on top of it to get the bonus?
No, it needs to be like clickable. You need to target an enemy, so it doesn't work on magnetic field. It will work on Flux, though. Doesn't work on Spark Rate, so...
Well, he has to ponder these questions himself, though, because he just got picked off by the Storm Spirit. So I hope his mechanics are good. Right now, he can wonder about these things. It's a pretty big pick off. They're not going to get too much off the back of this, though. They can't necessarily force out this tower. Immediately, you see Undyne is on the D-Ward mission, making sure this triangle area is still safe when the Arc Warden does come back. Phoenix is going to just make a quick jump onto Mercy, kill him more for what happened down in the bottom lane. Overall, though, that's not the most consequential kill for Piggy Killer. I think they would have wanted to get more out of it, although it still feels nice to kill Arc Warden.
For sure, that's a big kill. Phoenix will be the one holding the Aegis for another 3 minutes, and this is a new build. There's a lot of new build people are experimenting, which I really like. We're not in stale meta by any means. So Harpoon, after finishing off Vanguard, you don't need Blink Dagger on Magnus early on. It does allow you to farm a lot with this build, and it's also a great setup for your Skewer. So Harpoon, Skewer back. You don't need a Blink Dagger. You don't need Horde Toss anymore.
Yep. Lizard actually made a good point when we were talking about this, and he was saying that the influence of Harpoon, not only do you no longer need Horn Toss, it takes away the nerf to Horn Toss. Because it was a pretty massive nerf to make it the Ags, but now it's like, who cares?
Just You're not getting Ags on Magnus ever, unless it's like free from Roshan. There are going to be better heroes to pick it up with anyway.
Yep. It has to be like some 80-minute game. You're the last person without an Ags. And they're just like, dude, you have to take this. And even then, you might even destroy it. You're like, I don't want this, man. Just gonna clunk up my inventory. You see them, Radiant Side taking tier 2 in the top lane. They've lost their own tier 2 down bottom, so the moves are being mirrored. Man, dude, I didn't want to bring it up, but now we have to. You know, we might be here for like an hour and a half, right? Naga versus Arc Warden.
I'm ready for it. Both teams taking tier 2 towers, which does open an outpost. Bright will smoke up.
Where's Phoenix, though? I feel like he needs to be with them for this kind of move to connect. They don't have a Blink Dagger on the Beastmaster, so he can't start the fight for them. And Imitator goes forward, scouts out 3 heroes, but that's exactly what I'm talking about. Without that hero of the Void Spirit being there, they can't actually do anything with the information they just got.
Phoenix, he was thinking about what his next item's going to be. Does he want to disassemble Echo, get a BKB, but considering that he's holding Aegis, decided to go all in on damage. Deso has been completed. Nice remnant there.
They catch him on the high ground. They know that he was going to be doing some shenanigans. They don't kill him off in time, though. Mercy, nice little glimpse back onto Phoenix, enabling him to stay living. Man, Crimson Guard, what an item. What an item.
Lich was not close enough. This is a bit of a different build than what we usually see from Lich. Blink Dagger picked up, so he wanted to be the one like catching Storm Spirit off guard. 2 points in Sinister's Gaze. Not enough. He needed like 0.1 second to be able to get him. So now with this Tesso picked up on Phoenix, Aegis will expire. Oh God, no way. Oh my God. Holy crap. It's just like Tormentor and the neutral creeps who are stacked kind of ganked up on him.
Poor Mercy, man. It's a rough game.
Tried to use a Force Staff healing salve that he got from Trusty Shovel. Maybe he needed to pop a smoke there to be able to survive, but I don't think it's worth to use a smoke.
Poor Mercy. 8 deaths. Somebody has to give us the entertainment, you know.
I needed this to wake up. This is top tier entertainment right there.
What's not entertaining Lacoste is watching Arc Warden push though, because this stuff seems broken. Seeing him with Magnetic Field next to a Beastmaster as well.
And they're using
Killer can't do anything.
Inner Beast, Solar, Crest on top of the Arc Warden Tempest double.
Oh God. The real Arc Warden though is in trouble because he's just got jumped on. XM looking for another assassination, but it might have been a trap. There's an RP under 2, but XM, he got stalled up with the feet. As soon as the gaze, he can't put more damage in. We still have him being alive on the Arc Warden. Primal Roar keeping Ava at bay as well. He can't continue the fight. And they surround him completely and kill him off with XM going down as well. And they really wanted this kill, but we finally see it. Blink Sinister Gaze, man, came into effect. It kept the Arc Warden alive at the end of that fight.
Yep, it's there. They also didn't pop Crimson on Magnus immediately. I think it would make a difference to keep Storm Spirit alive. And look at the items. Storm Spirit,
they're still on cooldown. Crimson are still on cooldown because they still use it down in that bottom fight.
Finds Philosopher's Stone for himself. I've seen this more recently. Zai was playing offlane Bloodseeker. Got Philosopher's Stone for himself to get a little bit more farm. And now XM's going to be the one holding Philly. I think it's just, in this case, on Storm, because you probably going to be using Fairy Trinket anyway, so whenever there's a downtime, whenever you're dead, to get that little bit of extra gold. These items are not shareable. Stun on Void Spirit.
He's going to get brought down, Void Spirit, at this bottom lane. This time around, they will not miss out on their execution. They find a quick assassination. I mean, it feels like it's always been this Void Spirit that has to dangle a little bit. It's only his second time dying in these circumstances, though. For the most part, he's been playing a very clean Void Spirit game from Phoenix, despite having a quite rough start at the beginning of the game.
Yeah, this one... Oh, Weaver.
Okay, Weaver should be dead here.
There's Orchid.
And they are going to get him off. Wait, actually, there was a little bit of confusion there between if they're going to assault him on the low ground or drag him back to the other side of the map. But they still do end up getting the kill. Like you mentioned, the Orchid being the big difference maker there, preventing the time lapse from happening.
Fly is still the king of this game. Like, in terms of AoE that they have, if Arc Warden's the one getting caught, if they are able to kill him, there's not enough damage to deal with Naga Siren, especially now with Heart being picked up on Fly. Again, sitting on another 1,000 gold, so he can get another set of items. Let's see what the next item is going to be. Doesn't have anything queued up at the moment. If you want to have like a little bit more control for this Arc Warden, you can like either upgrade into Scotty, or if you feel like your illusions need to be more tanky, just get the Bloodthorn. Get that Mage Slayer. There's a lot of magical damage on side of Bright, so might be the one who's actually picking it up.
As you speak, he queues up the Mage Slayer, so we are going in that route. On the other side of the map, this Arc Warden getting towards having the full Silver Edge. Won't take too much time before it has arrived. And although the Naga Siren is the king of the game, overall, Arc Warden is still the king of his team. They need him to perform. And sadly, even though Phoenix hasn't been dying all that much, him having to play so carefully on the map, and the fact they haven't found that many positive fights that they've tried to make happen themselves, means that he's falling behind in net worth. And this is not a hero that you want to see staying down in the dumps. You want to see him active, Lacoste. so he can continue scaling in the game. And that activity might come now as we have a fight in front of the Roshan pit. We quickly lose Mercy. He did drop down the Static Storm though on the 2. They quote on Phoenix as well. He was silenced long enough for XM to show up. They bring down Undyne, but they don't have a way to bring down this Phoenix just yet. Primal Rogue going out onto the Naga Siren. Fly trying to escape away from this fight. Doesn't have the Song of the Siren. And the damage is coming in from the Arc Warden. However, Ava jumps back with the RP on the 2 heroes plus the Tempest double. They managed to bring them both down. Imitator tried to stay alive using his ultimate, but the time lapse will still end up getting punished. Dumped forward by Phoenix. He was almost able to catch Frisk, but Frisk does manage to skirt away to the right-hand side. A 3-for-1 affair there. Or 4-for-1. They had to buy back on the Lich. They almost killed the Naga Siren.
It was
close. But the RP came in clutch.
Yeah, that was nicely done there from Ava, managing to get like 3-man RP, keeping Naga Siren alive. Heart of Tarask region kicking in, bringing him down to like half HP again, ready to reinitiate. And we're going to see a replay of that. The way this fight started is Disruptor gets the Static Storm off, manages to like keep them in place, sets things up for Frisk, lands a really nice blast off in that fight, and this is the RP. Like, whew, so nicely done. XM manages to reinitiate, gets a little bit more mana. And they do have enough control. And you can see Phoenix going in, trying to get a kill here, but manages to get out. It was really close. His BKB was just wearing off.
Looks like they're trying again, Lacoste. They know that Roshan is going to be a big port of call, and the big man has just respawned. Beastmaster Hawk will provide the necessary vision. So they want to try and get here before Piggy Killer can claim the big man's life. They have all their ultimates, so they could make this fight very interesting. But Piggy Killer, they're also set up and they're ready. Some sentries scout out the Beastmaster. They have proximity mines everywhere. This is a dangerous place to be. Storm Spirit also takes care of another Hawk. But now they know both sides that the other side is nearby. So who should make the jump here, Lacoste?
Both teams do have like very annoying heroes to play into. Pega Killers. They are going for the wraparound. Reveal of Bloodthorn. They're going for Tempest double first.
The double is down. It's going to be down for another 35 seconds. There is Blink RP available. And they'll just instead skewer back. Imitator, get a free kill onto him. And they don't feel like they can fight this. So they're going to give up this Roshan and give up the Aegis as well.
It's really hard. You are playing into Techies, Naga Siren, trying to contest Roshan. Like in this small area, if you group up, you're going to get punished. And now with this Bloodthorn, they do have more than enough damage to bring Roshan down. So Pega Killer, they're going to be the one controlling the map for another 5 minutes. That's Aegis on Storm Spirit, and she's going to be picked up by Ava. So let's see. This is the classic move. Kill Roshan, go through Twin Gate, try to find some kind of a kill on a different side of the map.
Something else I think should be nerfed as well. Twin Gates. They're too strong.
We nerfed them already. From 3 seconds to 4 seconds.
They need to be nerfed again, dude. not enough.
There's going to be a time where some of these buildings are going to get removed from the game. Pretty similar to what happened to shrines. We had like 5 shrines in the base, almost impossible to siege the high ground. And people were like, how is this in the game? Like, how is this actually added to the game? It brought really no value. I think some of these buildings in a 6 months or so might be recycled out when we figure out that we added too many things, if it feels like it changed the game too much. But for now, I do like the change. Being able to like be anywhere on the map allows you to have different play styles, especially for position 4, where you can roam around, get stuff done in the multiple lanes. Big fan of it.
They definitely have to keep them, even if they remove other buildings, because otherwise the map is too big and you can't make realistically any movements. Well, we'll see what they can do now. Well, they don't need to worry about changes to the future map. Right now, Team Bright only concerned with their current base, and they're being slow sieged. Fortunately, they do have Lich, so Undyne can make this take a lot longer, but they can't stop this entirely, and they will eventually get it. How do they stop this, Lacoste? What jump can they make? There's no blink on the Beastmaster. Only Phoenix can really go in, so how do they make this an easier fight for them to take?
Not going to be an easy one. I think they're going to try to poke, see what happens. Tempest double. Phoenix needs to be the one maybe jumping. I don't even know if they can kill Ava there. He's way too tanky. XM is the one holding Aegis. Same goes for Fly, holding the cheese. So they might just like watch their barracks being dismantled. Trying to delay as much as possible, using the bubble.
Eventually, they'll still get there, though, between Bubble and Frost Shield. This is taking a while, but they're showing persistence on the side of Pick a Killer. Gleipnir gets thrown in, XM. Down to about 60% HP. But they're still insistent on taking this, even supplying some Techies damage to make this faster. Can't believe Techies is your sieger, but with all these wild axes flying in, the procs on the Mjolnir, looks like it's been enough. And Pick a Killer will decide to get back, or at the very least decide to go and regen XM's life, because he is starting to run low on the HP.
There is a haste rune available top. Now holding a BKB, going into Ags next on XM, which is going to be big item pickup. Set up for RP, Static Storm. The rest of the team is going to smoke. They really want this melee barracks to be killed off, but so far, Bright doing a good job. Throwing everything on top
there
of
we
it.
go.
There's the initiation.
They're going to Beastmaster. Irving found himself harpooned up, dragged back with the skewer, and they will bring him down. First, they took down Undyne, though, and both of them will fall without buyback. Phoenix jumps in, though, and is able to bring down Mercy, but Mercy already committed the Static Storm. At the same time, though, look at the Hawkwood and putting in damage onto XM. 39 HP, but he will finally die.
And another one.
Does have Aegis, though. Phoenix goes in, forced to pop the BKB just to escape this fight. And as XM comes back for his second life, they no longer have any kind of realistic tools to deal with them, and they should be able to claim this lane of racks through the mid lane.
Big Killers, they had enough of these bubble shenanigans to understand that they need to get the initiation going. So Magnus gets a good harpoon into Skewer 2 times in a row. Starthread also not committing with his items, still holding on to 9-second BKB. So there's gonna be another slow siege.
9-second BKB at 32 minutes. Must feel good. Phoenix dragged back in. Can he survive this? He's still alive for now, but that will end eventually. The Crimson God Pop didn't keep him up, and there was a Primal Roar onto XM, but Fly bailing him out with the Song of the Siren. Piggy Killer. They can choose to retreat. They can choose to re-engage, and they choose the former. But we saw this just now, that they chose the former for only a moment before smoking back. So Team Bright shouldn't feel safe. And indeed, Picky Killer coming right back, Lacoste. The fight is not over. We want the second lane as well. We're going to get the Harpoon Skewer. There will be a Sinister Gaze dragging back Ava, but there's the RP on the 2. Undone and Beastmaster dead again in this fight. A BKB pop from the XM allows him to dive deeper onto the Arc Warden. And as he dies, there's no more options for his team. Imitator, where do you think you're going, my friend? Come back here. Sukuchi, time-lapse, all your shenanigans will not protect you. You will still die. It's still a team wipe. It's GG, well played, cold. And Pick a Killer securing game number 1 in this best of 3 set.
Yeah. Ava popped off completely in this game. He was the one who had enough of this stuff. Like, looking at how the cores played on side of Pick a Killers, there's 10 deaths on Mercy, 4 deaths on Frisk, but that's about it. The other cores died only 2 times combined, which is pretty impressive. Fly, he was the one who was kind of pressured in the lane, considering that Mercy died multiple times. They were playing super aggressive on Bright, which they should have had. But in the end, it doesn't pay off. Pick a Killer, they understand that Fly, as soon as he's the one getting the farm, I kind of like that Team Bright did go for first Roshan, something that was a bit unexpected. Pick a Killer definitely did not expect this one to happen, but you see, as soon as Naga Siren gets to her like 3-4 item timings, she's not afraid. It was a really good Naga Siren pickup. They try to salvage the draft with this Arc Warden pick. It's not an easy one. When your 4 heroes don't deal well with the illusions, to pick that one hero that's just going to be like, oh, this is it. I did suggest Sven as an option to go with, but I don't think it would make that much of a difference, to be honest. You're still going to get kited post BKB. With the BKB, there's Magnus RP, Taser from Techies after that, after your BKB is down. But so you needed to have like a little bit more explosive damage, I would say. Maybe there was a better option than Arc Warden.
We saw that the Arc Warden was able to supply that damage, but like you say, it wasn't explosive. It takes a little bit of time to ramp up. There's lots of counterplay options from the enemy team. And you're mentioning how they didn't have tools to deal with this last pick or the earlier pick on the Naga Siren. They really had no tools to deal with the Storm Spirit. Like XM had a pretty much free game outside of the one death that he suffered in the game, but for the most part, he could do whatever the hell he wanted. Even if he's drawing additional spells, cool, it's not the worst thing in the world. Somebody on the team can bail you out of trouble. So ultimately, Piggy Killer, a very nice, considered affair from them. Not the fastest game in the world by any stretch of the imagination, but also for this patch, fairly bang on the money. I want to say, you're saying that Ava popped off. We should give him MVP, definitely. The amount he did for this game. Like, remember that one fight we just saw on the highlight reel across? If he doesn't save the Naga Siren there, suddenly Team Bright kill Naga. They probably get the next Aegis. Everything changes around. But because he saves that one Naga, the entire game just almost plays itself afterwards.
Yeah. He was there in these fights, ready to set things up with either a Blink Dagger or just a Skewer before he had a Blink Dagger available. And going for the right items. Harpoon, getting that Vanguard in the laning stage, only managing to die once, and he was all over the place. Like, he was the one getting the farm, being a part of 15 kills out of 23, which is relatively impressive considering that there was a lot of chaos. You also have Storm Spirit, some lane kills as well. But yeah, what I like about Piggy Killer is that they're drafting meta heroes. They are going for the standard stuff. They're not experimenting too much. One side of Bright maybe needs a little bit more fixing when it comes down to drafts. This Weaver's second phase first phase looked okay as a second pick. I don't mind it too much, but I feel like this Arc Warden could have been something different. It feels like this. Yeah. You need to be very experienced as a team to play with Arc Warden. This is not your typical pop game. Oh, I'll just split push, maybe get a solo pick off here and there. It's very hard to make this hero work in competitive Dota.
I think it's one or the other, right? You either pick this Weaver and then have a traditional carry, or you have a off-kilter carry like Arc Warden and have a more traditional position for hero for the Weaver. Nonetheless, though, they do end up having a W in their favor for Piggy Killer, taking down this Arc Warden in game one. And we'll see if they have what it takes to make it a 2-0. They didn't manage to do it when they played up against the side earlier of XG. They won the first game, but still ended up losing the series. However, history suggests that they have the upper hand over Team Bright, having beaten them 2-0 in Division 2. So let's find out which version of Piggy Killer we get for game 2. So don't go anywhere. Myself, Snare, with Boss Lacoste, will be back in just a minute for some more Dota action. Welcome back, one and all, here to the China DPC. The third and final tour, the summer tour, is still underway right now, and we're witnessing Team Bright versus Piggy Killer, where one game has gone the way of Piggy Killer already, and Team Bright need to be able to make a comeback and force us to a deciding Game 3. We're already deep into the draft, so thank you for joining myself, Snare, with Lacoste and Big Lacoste. Medusa ignored? What? Explain, my friend. What the hell is happening?
The hero did get nerfed. We've seen during the major that there are answers for the hero, but I don't think it's the first pick material anymore. We'll have to see, because in terms of win rate, the win rate definitely dropped on Medusa overall. You wanted to see Pudge in the previous game against Naga Siren, like Aghanim Scepter on Pudge, more damage on Rot, AoE damage, does kill illusions very quickly. And this has been very stable as a lane, I would say. Crystal Maiden Pudge, this is something that Gaming Gladiators did. This was also a response to Broodmother back in Tour 1 and Tour 2. It's a killer lane. Not sure how Piggy Killer wants to address it. So you now have like techies using Frostbite on him. Then he can't jump. Also a setup for a hook. So feels like the second game is going to be a bloodbath. Team Bright adjusting things. We said that we want to see them play a little bit more aggressive, have like stable heroes, not experiment as much. I don't consider Pudge also a hero that is like, experimental anymore. This could also be position for Pudge, so it doesn't necessarily mean that this is the set in stone safe lane duo, Crystal Maiden plus Pudge, because position for Pudge is viable. Again, he needed that a little bit of extra. And what pushed him to be as viable are Twin Gates and also Blood Grenade. You felt so many times where Pudge can't really get a kill, needs that another hit. With just like level 1 Rot plus Blood Grenade, you have enough slow to keep people in your vicinity for some extra damage. So,
yeah,
great addition.
It is pretty good. And given that they're playing on second pick, like you mentioned, they can flex this Pudge later on in the draft, depending on their needs. I do like it in general. I also like you mentioned, they're playing faster. Quap of Pain, though, comes in from Piggy Killer with the Storm Spirit being banned out. Team Bright was like, if Phoenix is going to play Void Spirit, he probably told his team, guys, I can't lose a lane like that again. And XM is like, oh, buddy, it gets worse.
I like how you called it Quap of Pain. Like, when did this even start? Like, who started this stupid trend? Like, I don't know.
I heard about it more than like a decade ago.
Queen of Quap of Pain. Looking at the heroes that they have on the side of Piggy Killer, this looks like mid Queen of Pain. Batrider most likely going to be on the offlane with techies. I'm a big fan of Shaker as core right now because he received some really good buffs. Well, would you look at that? Arc Warden one more time for Bright. Seems like they're not giving up on this hero yet.
Okay. Well, they have the Pudge now instead of having the Weaver. So they'll still have some Beefcake at some point. We shall see. I think the jury is still out on the Arc Warden. There were some nice moments from him in the previous game. And obviously, we still had the stalling with the magnetic field. But I don't think we saw enough for me to be sold on this new hero as of yet. But we'll see. For Piggy Killer, what are some of the changes that you like about the Earthshaker that have made him more viable as a core for you?
It's just Fisher range. It's more for support, this change. Also, it didn't work. Someone tested on Reddit. It actually was not working at the time. I think it's been fixed. But just cast point on Enchant Totem has been improved. And also, because all the stuns have been nerfed in 7.33, this hero has all the stuns, so kind of like needed a bit of an extra buff. So Aftershock has been rebuffed, and also echo damage. It's really good right now. AoE is massive, and cooldown decreased by 20 seconds on level 1, which is kind of a buff that he needed. I don't even know why it was like 150 seconds. It's not that powerful of an ulti anyway. Considering that like you get it at level 6, your Enchant Totem is, your Aftershock is not maxed out, so you're not really like getting the full value out of it anyway. This is the hero, however. Venomancer, I don't know if you caught the games yesterday in Western European region. It's not.
I saw a few of them.
This hero is pretty bonkers right now. If you manage to get to the Aghanim Scepter, damage over time, like you go in, Gale ends, Poison Nova, you die, max HP. This hero has pretty much everything except like the greatest laning stage in the world, but you can also make it work. It's not as bad as it was before.
Just Venom Hero is kind of busted right now, honestly. Watching it in games, the Southeast Asian players have been playing it in POS 5 as well, and POS 3 and POS 2. It's been a very versatile pick to try and include within your draft. And at the end of these drafts here, we still need a carry hero for Picky Killer. And then Team Bright will presumably need their offlaner, unless Pudge is going to be the one playing from the offlane. So what Fly heroes stand out? They were scared of the Naga, they were scared of the Spectre.
Yeah.
Does he go Illusion route yet again, since they still don't have the best tools to deal with them?
This is the one that stood out the most. Explosive damage, like you don't care about any of these heroes. Gap Closer, can find Arc Warden, builds into BKB relatively early on. Also a hero that like takes the fight. Most likely in this game gonna survive, so they take the tower. In terms of tower damage, before Sven ulti, they don't really have much. Like they need to take a fight before sieging the high ground. So now you need a different offlaner, I would say. I think you need to leave this Pudge as position 4 and pick.
Dude, if this was OG 2 patches ago when Amar was on the team, they would pick Razor here for this game. Grief the Sven in the lane, buy BKB later, just be like this anchor point in the fight. I don't think they need that much team fight starting anymore, right? They have Pudge, they have Void Spirit. What do you want to see? Do you want to see an anchor in the offlane? Do you want to see a team fight starter? Do you want to see an aura builder?
Maybe Tide Hunter. I wouldn't mind seeing Tide. It gives them...
Banned.
Oh, it's banned. Okay. I don't know if you want to go with something like Viper, try to dominate Sven in the lane. It can easily backfire, so maybe buying something rather tanky in the lane could work out better. This is fine. I didn't see too much of a Legion Commander when the patch dropped 733. After reading the notes and also testing it out, seeing it in pubs, Legion Commander seems really strong.
Yeah,
a little surprised the hero hasn't been played as much. It's also like BKB, piercing ability. You have Pudge on top of it, so if you like get duel into Dismember, could be really good and should be, I would say it's a strong lane, and it's also a good counter to Batrider, good counter to Shaker with press the attack. Also a hero that doesn't get killed off too easily. You build into Blade Mail, so even during the God Strength, you can still lock onto Sven with duel and try to get a kill. So Irving might play a little more sacrificial in this one, just to be able to get the kill on Sven. But I do favor pick a killer's draft for sure. This Sven pick has been really good against the heroes that they have, providing some extra armor, boost speed as well, and also being able to get into bubble feels really nice. Again, it doesn't feel that good of an Arc Warden game. You play into techies, disarm, you're going to be like grouping around this bubble, so setting things up for the blast off. Shaker as well, and you have, what's their mid laner again on their side? Yeah, Queen of Pain.
Quap of Pain, yeah.
Quap can push them out, and also another gap closer, so could be a risky one. They are staying true to their own mentality and how they're going to draft. They do like this Arc Warden, but could be downfall, at least in this series for them.
Let's find out if Team Bright has what it takes to be able to make this a 3-game affair, or if we're going to be having a 2-0 sweep for Picky Killer. I do really like this Picky Killer draft for all the good stuff you mentioned. Lots of damage as well. I also don't really see them having that many answers for a uber-stacked Sven. That being said, though, the one really nice thing I do like from the Team Bright lineup, another thing this LC gives them, you mentioned it being very good against the Batrider, but this new build of Queen of Pain, where she builds the Aghanim Scepter as a priority damage item, press the attack is pretty big deal against that, because without it, have you seen how much damage that item does on this hero in fights? It's kind of insane.
Yeah, probably gonna skip it here. Just go for like, call it rather standard item on Queen of Pain, where you get like Kaya Sanj. Guys, status resistance in general right now feels extremely strong because all the stuns, all the disables duration got reduced. Add a little bit of extra on top of that, you're getting out of trouble. Queen of Pain has this problem where she blinks in, and dies. Like you are, especially at the lower levels, when your blink is not maxed out. Let's see. Seems like there's not gonna be a fight happening.
Nah.
Undyne, starting with Orb of Venom. This is some pub tech. Definitely not a fan of it. I did like, if I tested something, that's Pudge. I have like over 1,500 games on Pudge. It's not worth it, I would say. It's just like, sure, the slow is there, so they could try to square up level 1, use this Flux, Orb of Venom, throw a Blood Grenade, but it's very expensive. Like 275 gold. We'll see if it pays off.
We're all learning new things here, Lacrosse. That's new tech. It might be the time to deploy it. And if it's bad, at least you can say, hey, I knew it was going to be bad.
It's not really a new tech. It's been done before, where you like wanted to run people down with Rot and Orb of Venom. Well, good luck with that Orb of Venom, buddy.
Well, he's going to be dead right now, so the Orb of Venom didn't really help him out so far. I'm sure he would have really liked the Windlace or some movement speed at that moment in time, but he didn't have any of
protection,
those.
stick, any kind of a stats, whatever, just not this.
Oh, no.
This is kind of a outsiders from China type of build, I would say, from the previous tour. Lands a hook, Orb of Venom.
He does get a hook. There we go. Oh, no, but the fissure is there from Frisk. The Spark Wraith as well gets eaten up by the Earthshaker. So Frisk ensuring that Ava does stay living, doesn't have to sacrifice the gold he gained from getting the first blood. And he has to be careful, though. Hook is back soon. Will he land it? No, he will not. He misses the hook, so now he actually might die here. Spark Wraith, though, is coming soon. Gets thrown out onto the Earthshaker. And with the Flux having already been applied to Ava, there's no damage to kill anybody, but there's at least enough damage to dissuade them from jumping on the Pudge.
An interesting build on Ava. He's the one not getting stick in a palm, something that Batriders actually do, but considering how things went in the lane, he was kind of forced to go for it. And now has Ring of Health, Share Tango, lands another hook, Orb of Venom,
gets hooks.
And there's
the
Flame
Flux will
break.
be there. The Orb of Venom. One more hit. Nope, they're not going to find it. This must be so frustrating, Lacoste. You're getting so close to killing this guy so often, but you haven't been able to find it just yet. And with most of these fighting happening from so far range, you can't necessarily justify the Orb of Venom. In the meantime, though, on the other side of the map, Irving and Imitator, they find Fly, killing off the Sven as the LC in the off lane.
Yeah. This is why I said I wanted to see a little bit more coming out from Legion Commander. Such a strong laner, especially if you know the matchup. He should not be threatened in this lane. What is he bringing on the courier? Going to be Chainmail for now. Sven, not known as like the lane dominator by any means. Maybe like level 1, level 2, you can try to get a kill if he's paired up with a killer in the lane. But other than that, he wants to collect XP, go to jungle, and just keep farming the jungle. So might be pushed out of the lane earlier than he expected.
Irving in this game, building into the Blade Mail. His courier does get killed off, but whatever. Got the stick delivered. Its primary purpose has been fulfilled. It's a very good time so far. Also, interestingly enough, they are playing this bottom lane. We'll talk about it in a second as they're jumping onto this awkward and the hook. All right, Undyne might not be able to find kills with these hook reliably, but find salvation for the awkward. And that would have been a disaster if he died. But he might still end up taking a tumble here as they're diving him underneath the tower.
Frisk
have access to fissure in a moment. There's going to be the cliff, but oh no, Flame Break pushes him on the other side of the fissure. But they don't have the Firefly to fly over this. And Imitator makes the rotation down bottom, and with Frostbite able to secure the kill. Frisk might be in danger as well. Spark Wraith will do the damage. The one more right click from Heat will end off his life. Okay, they overcommitted a little bit for that one, Lacoste, and they get punished pretty handedly by Team Bright.
This is such a me move in the pubs. Like, I called it. I said, you know, glyph the wave, dive underneath the tower, but a little too aggressive. Good rotation there coming out from Imitator. Gets the kill, gets actually a second kill, goes back to the top lane, starts to pressure Fly XM. He has some, I'd say, heavy lifting to do in this game. Needs to kind of salvage the lanes right now. Looking at Fly, his CS not too great, sitting at 19. Wants to get maybe level 5, go to the jungle, but Irving, he's going to be the one pressuring him by quite a lot. The change to Overwhelming Odds, where you get attack speed on Overwhelming Odds compared to press the attack, It's so good.
Yeah. One of my friends, he quit Dota for a while, but he was an LC spammer. And I was just describing to him the changes. And he went straight home. He's like, all right, buddy, I'll see you later. I'm going to play Legion Commander. This feels pretty strong.
You still called him friend after he quit Dota?
Listen, man, I understood. Of course I called him friend. He made a healthy decision for his mental health, bro. I supported him.
I realized most of my friends are just like Dota related, one way or the other. Sam, we'll have to jump out of the trouble.
Fine. He's fine. Also, what do you make of Imitator being the one to play pos 4 on the Crystal Maiden and having a pos 5 patch for the game?
They wanted to have different lanes, to have like Legion Pudge is not the strongest lane, and you can see that lanes are working out. Irving is on top of CS, on top of Network, because the lane setup that they had. And when you have Arc Warden, you also want to have someone who goes in and soaks up the damage, so it kind of makes sense. Like Crystal Maiden, Arc Warden, not really a lane. You want to keep the distance. They decide to dive you. One of you is dead, maybe both of you. Frisk. Thinking about picking up the haste rune. Forced to do it.
Does get the haste rune, but not going to be able to close it onto Phoenix. In the meantime, though, Imitator on the other side, not going to be as lucky to have his own haste rune. So they do kill off the Crystal Maiden. XM's the one that's credited with that kill. He said he has to do some heavy lifting. Kills like that will certainly help. They help push him to a second in Network. Top is still going to be Irving on the Legion Commander, but there's still time. Bottom, though, they're jumping onto Ava. They really want this Batrider kill, and they should be able to find it. The hook this time from Undyne does secure the kill. We are starting to get these flesh heap stacks.
That Orb of Venom. It's a setup for a hook. Can't miss. The extra slow.
I really hope they win this game with this Orb of Venom.
That doesn't look strong. Like, is Blade Mail finished? It is already on LC. Looking for that level 6.
Yep. Once they have the level 6, I mean, Phoenix also has access to the level 6, so it could easily make a rotation to the top lane. Fly needs to start thinking about vacating this part of the map, lest his life become forfeit. One more creep should secure the LC6, and there she has it. Imitator is the only one behind her so far, but we need to start paying attention to where she decides to make her first duel. Unfortunately for her, though, it does seem Fly feels a little bit awkward about where he's at. Plants down some wards. Hook missed on the bottom lane. They should still find a kill onto the Arc Warden, though, diving him with the Firefly, and they should get him. Top lane, though, Fly did get himself dueled, and they really want this kill. Fly is still alive on 20 HP. XM rotates to the top lane, bringing down Irving. Oh my goodness. They were supposed to wait. Where was Phoenix? Lacoste, where was my mid laner while I'm going for my first duel?
Yeah, I guess with the duel and Blade Mail, he thought that they have enough, and they're going to dive bottom one more time. Heavy rotations from Bright.
Phoenix is coming, though, to try and counter this, as he first wants to bring down this Earthshaker. They are able to do so. Ava did go a little bit too deep in the trees for them to keep chasing. And top lane, though, they're going on to Crystal Maiden. Fly, with the help of Mercy, is able to get that kill. But what worries me is that if Mercy wasn't nearby, Fly was in legit danger of getting soloed by Imitator.
Yeah, this bottom lane has not been going too well for Bright. Sure, Arc Warden has his Hand of Midas being delivered as we speak, but there's some really good heroes in this game to be able to counter him, and they're making a rotation. They want to find Sven, but they find Techies instead. Mercy's going to go down. First duel victory. Extra 10 damage from Legion Commander. They're going to start to put some pressure on this tier 1 tower.
Sadly, what sucks about the way Legion itemizes relative to other offlaners is that she is not a Vanguard spammer and rusher. So she can't do that wonderful trick of just soaking up the wave by herself.
Yeah,
does mean it takes a little bit of time.
You could still buy auras on Legion Commander, throughout Dota history. There has been Legion Commanders with Guardian Greaves. Pipe was very prominent as an item before getting Blade Mail, Blink Dagger. But I think in this one, he should be just buying items for himself. Get something like Heaven's Halberd, BKB, jump in, and play this style of Dota instead of going for the auras.
You know, speaking of auras, I got to witness the other day the second ever pickup of Crimson Guard on Queen of Pain. And as we were across the world, like, what? What's going on here?
It's such a good item that you still want to buy it. Like Vanguard Batrider, like what is that? Because it's disassemblable, so you can go into Octarine Core, but it looks weird. Like Batrider mana boots with Vanguards, like it goes back. Like it was super popular in China, I don't know, 10, 12, 13 years ago when they were kind of unkillable, buying Vanguards on 3, maybe even 4 different heroes. Fun times.
I remember those days. No, it wasn't fun times. It was awful. Mid lane.
I kind of liked it. I know that it's Vanguard, PMS. They're not the most hype items, but China was on different level in terms of like itemization and stuff. They were really experimenting ahead of a time. Ava, let's see if they can land another one. They can.
They do get Ava. At the same time, the rest of the team are smoked up, looking for a kill in the top lane. And they wanted to find Irving, but he's made the right read. Has he? Oh no, he stopped. No, I think he might die here. How many times has this happened, Lacoste? You actually make a very good juke, but then for want of one more camp, you end up dooming yourself. So the offlaners do get traded out on the map right now.
There's your item build that you talked about. Aghanim Scepter being built on XM. Pops the shield.
They're actually coming for this fight right now. They went through the Twin Gate to try and force this happening. Frost Freezing Field on the higher ground. Undyne managing to pick off Frisk. There's going to be a very huge dismember onto the techies as well. They've managed to find 2. Undyne, though, should end up losing his life as Fly chasing him down with some right-click damage. He's here with the Awkwarded, but he might be in the midst of too many heroes, and he will end up dying. Takes Fly with him, though. Lasso going back onto Phoenix. He has to assimilate back online. He will be able to use it, but does he escape is the question. XM has Blink in a moment. He jumps forward. There's going to be a duel back, though, onto Ava. Ava will end up dead as the Astro Step not only gets the kill, but keeps Phoenix alive at the same time. XM has no option to pursue a deeper engagement in this fight, so he has to retreat. What an engagement. 4 for 3 at the end of the day there.
That really long fight. Bright getting more gold from that fight. They're also getting flash heaps. They are getting dual damage, so when you do the math, they definitely won this fight. It's an infinite scaling lineup on their side. Sven, we didn't talk too much about Fly. He went back for Hand of Midas. Not sure that I like it that much. But look at XM holding that shield rune. Such a powerful rune. Doesn't allow you to die. And position 5 Pudge getting in, getting double kill, getting some flash heap charges as well. Is going to become relatively tanky. But Fly still not like fight ready with the item build that he has. I don't think you need Hand of Midas, but it's also like substitution to your Mask of Madness. I would say it's not as good. Maybe he's looking to get like level 15 talent, level 20 talent faster. And in the end, as we've seen on the replay, there is dual damage as well picked up from Legion Commander. So Blink Dagger finished on Irving. Will allow him to get better initiation, choosing the targets. Will be able to maybe lock down Queen of Pain.
They actually might try to go for it now because the courier's right behind him. They don't have a smoke, though, on the Pudge. So they should ideally keep the Blink Dagger. No, don't deliver it. Don't deliver it.
No. He's experienced. It's fine.
Okay.
Not going to do it.
I'm just making sure, brother. You know, I've seen some weird
really
things lately.
There. If you didn't say it, he would have definitely done it.
Exactly. They don't have a smoke, though, so that does mean that any wards they walk under will still reveal what's happening. And there's a ward that's right in front of them here through this mid lane, so they have to be very careful about this. Afterwards, though, who's a big target? Phoenix is also joining up, so they actually want to force a fight. They're going on to Undyne. He's going to bait with his own life, but here comes the Blink Dagger. He doesn't blink far enough. Oh, no. Won't be able to find a target just yet. Eventually gets the dual kill onto Ava, but will die as he gets echo slammed. And there's the follow-up stun onto Phoenix as well. Phoenix barely managing to get away from that fight. It's 2 for 1, though. They want to try and find this Crystal Maiden as well. She will buy time with the Freezing Field, but it's only bought time, not time in itself. So 3 for 1 exchange there.
Could have been a disaster for Bright if there was techies stun coming in earlier on duel. That could have been a different fight. Sure, you would have probably died there because you're using it on a blade meld target, but still really good fight for bigger killers. Sven also joining in the end. And as we said, no Mask of Madness this time around, opted to go for Hand of Midas. So one problem that Sven had is running out of slots relatively early on because he was buying all these cheap items. But now with the introduction of Harpoon, you do have an upgrade to one of your items, which feels really nice to have. Like you don't need to sell your items 30 minutes into the game.
Actually, have viable upgrade parts. Speaking of items, down bottom, XM has finished off this Aghanim Scepter, so the Queen of Pain damage is obscene. And Ava, of course, has an Octarine core right behind him. So magic damage is no longer going to be an issue for the side of Piggy Killer. And they're not buying a pipe right now for Team Bright. We don't have anybody with a mech, a Greaves. All of their sustain is pretty much locked behind the Legion Commanders. Press the attack.
None of them are buying auras. At least not yet. Maybe Techies, Pudge later down the line will be able to get some. But to go back to Queen of Pain Ags, the change in the recent patch, like where
we'll talk about it in a second, Lucas, because a fight is starting right now. They're going on to the Legion Commander first and foremost, and they should be able to bring her down. Fly has God Strength active, but he's falling very low on the HP, and Fly is gonna die. Sonic Wave goes through too. Undyne gonna be the one that tumbles first. And they can't get a beat onto Phoenix, but that might just mean that Phoenix has abandoned Heat. He's trying to twin gate away. Will he be allowed to escape? What? He actually gets out.
They have nothing to stop it. They use pretty much everything, and now he's on the different side of the map. We'll continue to farm up. XM, he's the one going ham in these fights. 7-0 and 5. Lincoln's next on the menu, understands that if he gets dueled during the Blade Mail, he'll probably die Mercy. He's going to drop here unless there's going to be a Fissure, and there it is. Manages to get out of trouble.
So let's go back and quickly talk about this Aghanim Scepter on the Quap of Pain. So big change to this. Talk to me about this. How did you feel when you first read it, and has it lived up to what you felt when you saw it in the games you've witnessed?
Yeah, tested it out like, I don't know, a couple of months ago. Felt little underwhelming, I would say. But now Aghanim Scepter also emitted from Shadow Strike, expiring, now also damages the target. So that's also a big upgrade as well for Queen of Pain. It's a ton of damage that this hero does. And also I like that, like, even though level 10 talent on Queen of Pain is really juicy, because you want to get that extra strength, he's not getting it, instead opting to go and put more points in Blink to be able to get out of the trouble. Also, interesting point to make is Phoenix not going for Echo Saber this time around, getting Aghanim Scepter instead to have a little bit more control. Really good against Earthshaker. You can silence him in the back lines. Same goes for Queen of Pain pre-BKB. And as soon as XM saw that Aghanim Scepter, changes his mind. Instead, he's going for Aghanim Scepter now. Duel.
The big duel onto Mercy, but Mercy's still alive. He's able to pop his own mech, jumps in with a blast off, stunning too, and there's an Echo Slam pop by Frisk as well. LC dead immediately with Imitator following him. And now let's see what else they can get. They find Phoenix. Phoenix doesn't have any of his escape spells ready. Lacoste dissimulate up again in 4-3. Not gonna get there. He is dead. 3 heroes are fallen. That was a duel that they looked for, but you know, you were talking about how nobody on the Team Bright lineup can build auras or is building auras. On the Dire lineup, this techie is of late. We've seen that this hero normally just goes in straight for the Guardian Greaves. He's already most of the way there, so not a viable dual target anymore, really, it feels like.
You can buy anything on techies, and it feels nice because he's universal hero now. So we see a lot of like Boots of Bearing, Solar Crest, maybe a Glimmer Cape if needed, a Force Staff. The hero can buy anything, and you can also switch back to auras. He has this mech that you mentioned, and also had Pipe queued up at one point, but for now changing his mind. And Bright doing the same thing as they did in game 1, going for this Roshan. One of the reasons why I like Manta Style is a new tech on Arc Warden is changed to his magnetic field, where you get this extra magical damage coming out from the bubble, Tempest Double.
It's a lot of extra damage with these Manta illusions. It enables them to take down this Roshan. Yet again, like you mentioned, they steal it away from Piggy Killer in the second game. And it's certainly necessary. We've seen that Heat has been struggling to survive these team fights. And because you went in for the Manta as a rush in this game, We don't actually have access to a Maelstrom here, or a Mjolnir, or even a Gleipnir. So that means that his overall farm pace is a little bit behind the Sven at this moment in time.
We'll catch up. This is Arc Warden we're talking about. With Manta style, you can scout things out. Let's see. I found another one.
Yeah. Just a free kill on the Crystal Maiden. Easy money.
Frisk has been really on point with his positioning on Earthshaker, getting this earlier Blink Dagger, the cast range improvement we talked about, and also holding the Eye of the Vizier. This item has been constantly buffed. Was really bad when it first came out. Literally more downsides to it than it actually benefited. Duel.
Quick duel. Let's see if they have the damage to get this kill onto Sven, and they do. Nobody there from Piggy Killer. All right, Lacoste. That death, we have to talk about it. Fly's positioning in this game has not been great.
I can hear it. It's like, I
just want to say that Sven hasn't been positioning very well.
Three good reasons why it was so bad. Yeah, I mean, not a place to be. Maybe he felt relatively safe considering that he has ward, he has vision there, but yeah, as soon as he gets jumped by Legion Commander, and also Pudge has a Blink Dagger, so needs to be careful. I also want to see what the next item on this side is going to be. For now, he could have had like a BKB, disassemble Echo Saber, but yeah, not doing it for now.
Yeah.
Instead, opted to go for another Ogre Axe.
BKBs are about to be finished en masse for the Dire lineup. All three cores angling for that item. On Radiant lineup, Phoenix is going for the SNK, so he's not going to have BKB for a while. Irving not that far away, getting closer and closer towards being able to pick up this item, which would be a pretty big deal. They are struggling a little bit with the magic damage output on the side of Piggy Killer.
XM still doesn't have his BKB, very close to it, 200 gold short. So they know exactly where they are. Crystal Maiden just received the shard. Really good shard, allows you to move, cast, attack during the freezing field.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Piggy Killer did smoke around this mid lane. Kind of surprising that this tower has still been lasting for as long as it has been. So finally time to remedy that.
We see it
Also,
more
why
often.
proximity mines deal damage to buildings? I don't know, but it does.
Yeah, the mid-tier 1 tower is not as important as it was before because the map is bigger. There's place to make. Still important, but I would say not as much. Now they have double BKB, one available on Fly, and one being delivered to XM as we speak. Batrider also going for one after finishing off bots. Blink Dagger as well, holding on to Vampire Fangs. So during the nighttime, we'll have a better initiation with that night vision. But Bright, they are ready to take a fight. Still holding the Aegis for another minute. So Arc Warden will have 2 lives available.
Techies will pop the smoke onto 3 heroes. They get the jump in onto Phoenix. He finds the silence on 2, but not going to be able to finish them off just yet. Jumping back, Ava coming in. He finds the last one, gets the spell though. Sonic Wave, it's huge. They bring down Heat. That's the first life taken away. Imitator will die too, and so does Phoenix. Heat comes back on the second life. Mate, you're trying to TP out here. That's not going to work. You're going to end up dead. And they're trying to flee right now for Team Bright. Irving gets himself away, goes to farm. That was another fight that they took, Lacoste, and they got heavily punished on that one.
Yeah,
they just couldn't find their targets.
It feels like they want to finish the game, pretty much. You know, they want to get this one real quick. Not the best target prioritization, I would say. Also, Mercy was in a good spot to break the smoke, gets the blast off, gets the reactive taser as well, gets the disarm. And Phoenix heavily committed on Void Spirit, puts himself out of position. Again, good Fisher from Frisk, and you can see Void Spirit really struggling. Queen of Pain with the newly bought BKB. Same goes for Sven. They don't really have that much. Legion Commander couldn't find an opening. Irving doesn't get the duel off because he didn't see Sven. Sven was in the back lines, and as soon as they delete one target, the fight seems relatively over. Like, you just don't have enough damage. Like, even that was also a kill on Arc Warden with...
Yeah, with Aegis.
With Aegis, didn't really make any kind of a difference in that fight.
Ooh, Arc Warden really feeling the pressure right now. Still has relatively high net worth, of course, but We're not necessarily seeing the influence of that net worth within team fights just yet. And Sven is starting to get closer towards that critical mass. You talked about him in the draft, this outlay of just burst damage. It's coming soon. Building the Chrysalis. Then we start getting very, very scared about the prospect of the Team Pride hero surviving these fights.
He also finished off Harpoon, got level 18, so extra damage from God Strength, being able to pull people closer to him.
Gosh. What still also scares me here is the fact that Piggy Killer, they still have so much additional sustain over and above what we see from Team Bright. This mech making a huge difference. We don't have anything comparable. Like, they have pressed the attack, sure, but that last fight, Irving was pretty much controlled half the way through, so don't even get the influence of that spell in the fight. I need some damage, Lacoste, and I need it soon. I need it to happen without these heroes getting killed in the process. We're also seeing that middle. They're going to make a jump onto XM. Do they have what it takes to bring him down? They do not. And this is kind of the risk of this build we see from Phoenix. Instead of going for the raw damage, this more control-oriented build does get heavily countered by BKB on the enemy lineup.
Yeah, Imitator might be the one getting jump. Fly. Harpoon is available. There's the press.
The attack is there with a duel. They turn it back onto Ava, and Ava should die here. That's a dual victory as well. One of the few in this game. Not sure they want to chase for more, but Piggy Killer...
I think Piggy Killers, they're ready to take a fight. Even though without Queen of Pain, BKB, they might try not to go for it. Now holding the high ground, Techies did plant an Observer Ward and ready to go in with the blast off. Pipe finished, mech finished on him. Frisk.
Oh my god.
Doesn't have Shard available yet. Doesn't want to buy it for himself. Probably thinking that he's going to get it for free from Tormentor. They still didn't kill Tormentor on their side.
Well, that's if he doesn't die to the Tormentor.
Yeah.
But that's only Mercy, I guess. That's it's not going to be Frisk.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Team Bright right now. On the bright side for them, pun intended, they don't have to worry about Roshan immediately, but the big man is coming and it's going to be a concern when he's back online. They've been losing fights even when they had the Aegis, so what happens if they no longer have access to that? Fly got hooked by this Pudge. If Phoenix was nearby, that could have actually been a kill because Fly was not very high on the HP.
Also,
but then again, Phoenix
Irving
doesn't have the right
jungle.
build.
They get a duel there. Also, nice play from Fly. Didn't flinch, didn't use a BKB immediately. Could have, but
Middle tower is under attack.
let's see. For now, collecting some Lotuses. Does have greater healing Lotus, so 400 HP and mana. We'll pop it off immediately. That's the downside of not having Mask of Madness. Your HP is not going to be full all the time.
Yeah. I guess the Vampire Fangs help a lot, but it's still not a sufficient replacement.
Yeah, exactly.
Radiant's top tower is under
Just going to take the tier 1 tower,
Radiant's top tower.
remove from the top side of the map. And Roshan up in 2 minutes. Piggy Killer, of course, not necessarily aware of this just yet. They have a proximity mine inside the Dire Pit, though, so they should be aware that the big man is not there right now. Just keep pushing the wave. Keep doing you.
That's the power of techies. You see both, like Roshan, entered like through the twin gates, and also the area around it has all the mines. So if people are smoked, you're also gonna see, because the mine's gonna explode. You know something's cooking. This is why techies is such a powerful hero.
Things I never thought we'd have to all admit. Techies is a good hero.
Really is.
So what's the game plan now for the side of Team Bright? You already know that you're behind. You've been losing fights. You know that you need to claim this next Roshan. You do have a BKB on Irving, but you're still feeling a little bit lackluster in damage. So where do you go next? What do they do in the next 5 minutes to recover their position in this game?
I think getting pickoffs. If they can split the map, I don't think you can contest next Roshan, which is going to spawn in a minute. So it's going to be on Radiant side, which means that Piggy Killers need to try to set things up, and they're pinging it out. They're like, probably going to be bottom anyway. 45 seconds, not enough for them to kill it because we're in the vicinity. So drawn out fights, I would say. Drag it a little bit more. Legion Commander about to finish off Heaven's Halberd, so that's going to be tankiness on him. And also a way to proc the Lincolns. I see two heroes have Lincoln's queued up at the moment. One on Ava and one on XM. That is about to be finished in 300 gold. They want to protect themselves against Duel, against Dismember.
I feel like such an excellent game to have Lincoln Sphere. And once the Queen of Pain has Lincoln's and BKB, which she just does, bringing her down in these fights. She also has 3k HP. This is not an easy customer by any stretch of the imagination. They're trying to force a fight, though, from Piggy Killer. They know that Rose should probably be down here on the bottom side. And they have moved up. The Twin Gate is being covered by Team Bright. Phoenix aware that something might happen from this direction. But Piggy Killer walking up the old-fashioned way. They revealed the illusion that they know they're there.
I was afraid that Roshan's bugged again. Sometimes he does this thing because he started walking out of the pit.
Like yesterday's one, right? Which is always...
It happens every day, pretty much.
Yep. Yesterday's one was the funniest one that I've seen, though. Where he leaves, he's like, I'm done, I'm going back, boys. It's chilled. Batrider leading the charge right now. They want Irving, and they will get Irving.
One.
Woo! That's a huge kill. Does have buyback, though, if he wants to return into this fray. So does Undyne, who was picked up right after him. Sadly, though, this outpost is being covered as well, Lacoste. So even if they bought back, getting back into this game is not the easiest thing in the world right now.
Definitely not. And Mercy will set up some mines, making sure that there's not going to be an angle where Bright can come from. Sven, he comes in, finished off Daedalus, holding on to Titan Sliver, damage, 500 damage per hit without crits. And got to use that rest of that God Strength to finish off Roshan. Let's see if he's going to be the one picking up Aegis. Will be the case. XM will be holding the cheese on top of the great healing Lotus. People have been stacking these Lotuses for quite some time, understanding that they don't need to use it early on. Pick it up, save it for the mid game.
I just want a pro game with a block of cheese. Just one. As long as I can see that in a game, I'll be happy. Hasn't happened just yet, though. And now, Piggy Killer, off the back of their success in the Roshan pit, will come towards a Twin Gate. This time, Mercy is like, please bring help, boys. I don't want to deal with this thing alone. And
receives the
shard. Get him an Aghanim shard. Yep.
Yeah, what happened from the previous game? They're like, okay, Tormentor. We'll bless you this time around, buddy.
They had us back, so now he has a shard to his name. We're not that far away from having some runes to pick up as well on the floor. So this game, 9k gold lead for Piggy Killer. They're getting all the items they want. They have a Lincoln's and BKB on Corp, so she can't die. They will soon have Lincoln Sphere on the Batrider as well. And then he can either use it himself or put it onto the Sven so that the Sven can't die. And the Sven as well about to pick up the AC. I am not seeing anything even remotely close to this degree of effectiveness coming in soon from the side of Team Bright. And it's very apparent they can't even fight anymore, Lacoste. Like, so now what? You said you want more elongated fights. Clearly that can't happen. Is there anything they can do with the itemization to maybe help them out during this period of the Aegis?
Maybe getting something like a Hex later down the line. I'm fine with this Silver Edge pickup for now. And he just to have like break mechanic. It's not that bad against the Earthshaker, against Sven. Removing the Cleave, Aftershock. Also gives you damage. Hook. Oh,
Sven got hooked. Actually, he has an Aegis, but he might end up losing his life. And this is what we need from them. Exploiting Piggy Killer during these moments. Aether Remnant dropped down. He does have BKB, but the Aether Remnant comes first. And there's going to be the duel following up on this with the freezing field over it. They do find the kill. XM has a huge Sonic Wave, though, that goes through 4. And they lasso back onto this Legion Commander, killing off Irving. It's a 1-1 trade, but they will take it any day of the week on Team Bright. Getting not just the Aegis, but the proper life of the Sven as well.
Whew, Fly needs to be careful about this one. Like, they don't have the sieging tools. You don't have this hero that goes in and just like slow siege. So gotta be extremely careful for the next fight, because this is how you give enemy come back into the game. Fudge will get picked off, which means that XM is getting that godlike streak, having a perfect game. We talked about him needing to have a good game, and so far he's delivered. 9-0 and 11 on the Queen of Pain.
9-0-11. That's not bad. Done everything that his squad needs him to do on the 0. Queen of Pain Interestingly enough, actually, about this
Oh,
hero.
God,
Oh, no,
Phoenix.
they found Phoenix. No, he should be fine. There's no way he dies here. There's no way he dies here. Surely not. Surely not. Ava will find himself stalled up with the Aether Remnant. And XM is like, yeah, we're chasing too far, boys. Let's just back off. And behind them, they will just bring down this Tempest Double Illusion. Ava might die for this, though. Came very, very close at 50
Ooh,
HP
that
before they
was-
killed it off.
Whew. Titan Sliver keeping them alive, some extra magic resistance, but also the reason why Phoenix didn't die there is holding Titan Sliver, status resistance, and status resistance from Kaya Sanj. Also with the reduced stuns on Earthshaker, it's kind of difficult to lock him down. And now
Yes,
Earthshaker picks up the
30%.
shard. Yeah, Frisk is like, okay, I don't need to commit. I can keep the distance. I have Eye of the Vizier, so that means the Fissure range is pretty massive. It covers the whole screen with Ether Lens.
Yep. Imitator about to die. Blastdorf will cancel the TP attempt, but he is happy to die in the situation because he did take their Wisdom Rune. So you'll take it. It is what it is. Somebody has to take the tumble. Oh, we do need experience. Okay. Gonna be a nice healthy hunk for them. "36 minutes into the game right now. Piggy Killer. They don't have an Aegis in tow. And given how their push went last time,
Attack.
they'll definitely want to wait for one before they go onto the high ground. So that means that there's at least 4 minutes into this game, or 3 to 4 minutes, or 3 to 5 really, that Team Bright can farm for their next round of items.
And there's this Hex queued up on our court
Yep.
that we mentioned. It's a really good pickup, having double Hex to be able to control like dual into double Hex could be really, really good. They will need some kind of a save item, I would say, on side of Piggy Killers, because this game is very winnable for Bright. All they need is another good fight, another round of items. Not sure if Frisk needed to go for this Ether Lens. Sure, you get extra range. First of all, Fissure has been buffed. You have Eye of the Vizier. Maybe he thought, Fade hasn't really seen much of a play. Maybe he thought, I'll get Ether Lens, turn that into Octarine Core. Not a build-up anymore because he wants to go for these two items. So could have been a mistake from his side. I also don't mind if they get something like Wind Waker to be able to save people during the duel, or Punch Hook into Dismember could be a big one.
Dude, actually, between this Eye of the Vizier and the Aether Lens, these fissures are going to come from the other screen. It's going to be crazy to see. They're smoked up now, so maybe we can see one of these fissures. Oh no, look who's farming the Radiant Triangle. It's Heat. But they go right, my goodness. He will never know until he watches this replay how close he was to just straight up dying.
Fly needs to be slightly more careful on Sven. Sure, you deal a ton of damage, but okay, there's the damage.
Okay, nice little kill onto Undyne. And Sven is now starting to go back for this lifesteal. What, trying to end the game with Satanic, I imagine? Having this mode with Mouse Control?
Wants to have a little bit more sustain through duel, so even if he gets dueled, has God Strength, but then again, you don't have move speed item. You're gonna need to get rid of phase boost. Eventually, sure, you can upgrade into Swift Blink. Queen
I
of
think with
Pain.
Harpoon, that also helps a lot, not having to worry that much about maneuverability in the fight, even if you don't have boots.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. This item gives you a little bit of extra, something that Sven definitely needed. Queen of Pain might also be forced to use Lincolns on Sven in the fights because she's super tanky. She's sitting at 3.3k HP, status resistance as well, pops a BKB. Because they're going to be looking to take out Sven most likely, jumping by surprise, especially with Hex being so close, finished on Arc Warden. And of course, he finds Spell Prism or Arc Warden because why not?
Oh, of course.
Radiant's middle tower is under
That seems fair and balanced to me. Let's see. Anything else that's ridiculous in terms of neutral items?
Trickster's Cloak.
Trickster's Cloak on Void Spirit seems pretty good. We've got a Mindbreaker for Co-op and a Penta Edge for Sven. Okay. Well, right now we have a smoke up from Team Bright though. So we'll see if they can find any of these heroes. Frisk, he broke the smoke. The question is, can he get out of here? They're going in. They find the duel onto him. But Sven turning on the damage with the God Strength. So even though you found the duel, you might have put yourself in danger. They get the first kill. Sonic Wave comes through from XM, connects onto 3 heroes. 2 have already died. Harpoon back onto Phoenix. Will he be able to get away? No, he will not. Brought down by the right-click damage of Fly. And Lacoste, you find the duel, but you're the one that ends up being dueled, basically. Fly gets free damage out of that fight.
Whew. I think Arc Warden also needs to invest his gold. Like sitting at 6.6k gold, having Hex in that fight could have made the difference. It's a lot of dead net worth on you, and they're gonna kill Tempest Double one more time. Bubble dropping relatively low. With Guardian Greaves, it's not gonna be the most sustained. Undying, let's see if he can land some big hook.
Fortunately for them, there's no creep wave here to have to worry about for now. It's coming soon, but I don't think they can defend it. They take the tier 3 tower. 6 seconds until the Crystal Maiden's alive. 10 until we have LC. And that actually might end the push. Piggy Killer are playing this 4v5. So they have to worry about it a little bit. XM, not the healthiest hero, even though he does have cheese. Does get hooked out, forced to pop the cheese. Freezing Field used by the Crystal Maiden. But here comes Ava, jumping in, finding the real heat as well. He does manage to survive for now. Flame Break, pushing him back. There's a duel from Irving. And they kill him with the Great Cleave, as well as making sure they bring down the LC. 2 core heroes are dead. Buyback coming in from the Awkward, and BKB popped by Sven. Has a Satanic, he pops it right now. Get some life steal. That'll keep him alive for the minute. Hook misses in its entirety. No catch on the Sven. And Team Bright forced into 2 huge buybacks. And they defend the base, sure, but this is a very expensive hold, Lacoste, as they also lose so many fights in the process.
It really is. This Satanic pickup from Fly has been on point. First, keeps him alive during the duel, gets that little bit of an extra life steal. He also popped it before to go back to full HP. And then pops another Satanic and keeps himself alive. So 2 massive buybacks on their side. Roshan is back to Radiant side. Aghanim Scepter also available. So they can give it to Sven if they feel like he needs more maneuverability.
Let's see. We could go Superman Sven. We could go for a double lasso on the Batrider. Or we could go for the Jumping Totem. Looks like we're getting the double lasso. All right. I like this. I'm fine with this completely. I mean, we've seen how much impact he's had just with a solitary lasso, so...
Yeah, I mentioned some kind of a save item on Piggy Killers. Wind Waker. I thought maybe Earthshaker will be the one getting it, but in the end, it's going to be Batrider. Ava does have enough money to buy it in, what, like 2,000 gold? Maybe a little less. So that's going to be a huge pickup. There's no nullifier, there's no dispel item on side of Bright. So you'll get the full value from it.
Bottom lane, we're going to get full value on the life of Imitator. As he dies, buyback is available if he wants to pop it. And Fly. Even though they don't have an Aegis, they just feel so strong right now. Mercy got himself hooked back, and they need to bail him out of trouble here. Lest he gets brought down by the Tempest Double. And this double, not going to be long for the world, nor will the lane of Rax. And Piggy Killer finish what they started, and there's no need for them to leave the base yellow cost. They still feel uber strong. It's all going to come down to Team Bright. They're jumping in right now. Phoenix might be punished for this. Do they have the damage to kill him? No, they do not. The chain disable, a little bit lacking. So they will pop God Strength though. Yeah, they need to do something with
these barracks immediately. Sitting inside the bubble, doesn't care too much. Couple of right clicks, needs like 5-6 good hits from Sven.
Alright, they've smoked up on Team Bright. This could be the final fight that they have in this game. The LC cannot find a viable dual target, and this is a good time for them to fight if they can catch somebody just as God's Strength is waning. Sadly though, they just do not have that kind of reach, Lacoste. They will get the tier keys. So As usual, Mercy will be the one to tank the W forward here. They go to the duel onto XM, but
He's
XM
so
is actually
tanky.
doing more damage onto LC. Sonic Wave goes back, pushes back 2 heroes. They kill off the LC. Imitator came forward in the fight. Even without the God Strength, the Sven can still threaten her life. Phoenix also involved, forced to immediately get away as Heat got caught with the double lasso, both him and his Tempest double. The Echo Slam makes sure that they clean up the Manta illusions and kill him off. And that's 100 seconds in the grave, no buyback. He died back, so that's just it, done and dusted. GG, well played is called. Batrider finishes as Wind Waker, and Piggy Killer finishes off Team Bright.
Yeah, I want to see Team Bright maybe staying away from Arc Warden just to see a little bit more from them, because again, this hero is very hard to execute. All it takes is to not join 2 fights with your own hero with the Tempest double, and you're gonna feel like, oh, why did we even pick this hero? You need to be relatively active around the map, but this is a good pick on Sven. Fly did go ham this game. Same goes for XM. XM didn't die a single time, I believe. Yeah, he ended the game with 11, 0, and 21. What a performance from him. We mentioned that he needs to be the one popping off. Definitely did that. And also Mercy having a much better game. I said that I need to see a little bit more from him, considering that the first game was not the greatest on Disruptor. It was a rough one, but looked very comfortable on Techies.
Played a phenomenal Techies, itemized beautifully for the hero, built up all the auras that they needed, leaving Ava some space to play a bit more aggressively. And although we had XM in the game 11-0-21, definitely going to be our MVP. He did the most damage, did really well in the laning phase, drew a lot of attention, and they could just never bring him down. Between himself, Ava, and Mercy, all 3 of them here had 31 kill involvements out of their 41 game. So you can tell that it was a team victory over and above anything else for the side of Piggy Killer. Some questionable deaths for Fly. We're not going to forget Fly. We've seen you, but overall, very good performance from Piggy Killer.
Yeah, you're like B-Cop. Every single time there is talk about Fly, he mentions his Morphling because it happens so many times. But yeah, Piggy Killer, they look good. They did play against Extreme. They lost that 2-1, but giving MVP, I think it's an easy one in this one. XM looked
let's go.
Insanely good on Queen of Pain. Like, he made it look like normal hero. Sometimes, like, Queen of Pain isn't considered a top tier pick. Maybe in the previous patch when it was like super good counter for a hero like a Batrider, because Batrider was either picked or banned pretty much, but his performance was top-notch. He made it work out in the end. Like the itemization, this Aghanim Scepter need to see more of it, because definitely looks strong. And then getting like a BKB, Lincoln, Sky, Assange, the hero becomes super tanky in the late game.
Absolutely. Like we saw at some point, he had north of 3,000 HP on the Queen of Pain with Lincoln's BKB. So it's like, well, not even a viable target to jump on anymore. With the damage outlay in the midst of these fights, becomes even more useful. And this is XM's 5th most played hero of all time. And across 56 games, this man before this was enjoying a 63% win rate. So certainly showing why he was good value for this particular hero. I did also think that him getting the Ags, we thought that there might be some difference in itemization from him, given that he has to play into Legion Commander. But I think he realized that Legion Commander actually has too much to do. She has to worry about these lassos. She has to worry about somebody getting blast off. I have to dispel that. I have to dispel fissures. I don't have time to worry about the shadow strikes with the Aghanim Scepter in the middle of these engagements. So very good. A read on the game from XM, takes advantage of it, and that will give them their first victory as Piggy Killer. They're the first team to have played 2 games, and they are 1-1 right now. So a very okay place for them to be. Before we move on to the next series, Lacoste, at the very end of this tour, where do you imagine Piggy Killer is going to find themselves finishing in the division?
I could see them in the middle of the pack, I would say. If they won that match against Extreme Gaming, they would definitely be up there grabbing the major spot, I would even say. But yeah, now you need to play like against Azure, against Astro Ares. I think they can definitely get a W there. Against IG, there's a hot chance for them to go to major if they manage to like get a win against. I think the biggest one is going to be Azure, because I feel like they can win against IG and Astro Ares, and it's all it takes pretty much.
We'll see if Ikeda is going to be able to make that happen. And of course, the team that he's mentioning, Azure Array, who's going to be playing next up against Asta Aries. Asta Aries, unfortunately for them, last tour, they were allowed to stay in the tour by the skin of their teeth. This tour, there's no outsiders from China to guarantee the bottom slot. So you have to really play your hardest every single time out. Azure Array is the team that is returning with Somnus and Chalice coming back into competitive play. And they stole Lu and Tianming from YBB and FY from Vici Gaming. Whether or not this experiment works out, we do not know. But what does help is that they don't have a full 5-star-studded roster. It's only half the team, you know? It's a little bit of a mix there, which seems to be the recipe for success in the Chinese region for the most part. Of course, we're all going to be having a bit of an extended break before that particular game gets started because of this particular 2-0. Going down the stretch, Azure Array, I hope they win because it'd be nice to see Somnus back on top, but yeah, it's going to be tough. They have to play their heart out, and they have to make sure they ban Ulu's Ursa. Otherwise, they could fall prey to the little bear. Thank you so much for joining us, y'all. So we're going to be taking a long extended break. Lacoste will still be joining you for the next series, but I'm going to be bowing out. So remember to hydrate, everybody at home. Remember to love yourself and to share your love of Dota with us very shortly for some more action in today's DPC. Until then, we'll see you later. Peace out, and I'll see you on the next day.
Welcome back, Chinese DPC. It's time for the second matchup of the day. Lacoste, I am so excited for this because it is finally back to some Chinese Dota. My roots, my home. I'll never leave it. I'll never leave its side. I'm excited for all these matchups, and most importantly, at least for this matchup, Azure Ray. I don't know where you come up with that name or where they came up with that name, but it's exciting to see them. And I feel like a first matchup against Aster Aries, a team that's been on the cusp of being good and cusp of being bad as well. It's a decent matchup. I feel like it's a fun one for sure.
It's a good one to start for Azure Ray, because they imagine if they play immediately against Team Aster or PSG LGD, but Azure Ray, a lot of familiar names. You know, look at this guy, Somnus. We were thinking maybe he's gonna come back. He actually did. FY, after not that great of a season in the previous tour, is now on a different team. Chalice, FY, and Lou. I know you had great expectations from Lou throughout the last couple of years. I don't know how you feel about him right now. You satisfied yet?
I am currently a punk. Yeah. I'm gonna be a punk. I feel like I'm ready for him to reach his peak with this team. You're surrounded by very experienced veterans, and I think this is the time. This is the team that is going to give you the most of experience and knowledge that you're going to get throughout your career, and it's going to be interesting. And now we're taking a look at Aster Aries, XWY, who some will say kind of got the short end of the stick on this one, because now he's on Aster Aries after getting replaced by the King, Sumail. And it's a rough situation, but maybe he can make something work here.
It's definitely not an upgrade. I mean, now you're playing for Academy team. The real team brought the King, brought the Emperor to the squad. So he was the one getting replaced. I could feel it coming, to be honest. Looking at the first DPC tour, second DPC tour, he had, I would say, couple of rough games. His hero pool was relatively limited, I would say. It's like 5-6 good heroes, and he was, also, but it's an upgrade. I'd say this is an upgrade compared to White Album, because White Album is really like hit or miss player. There's going to be a time where he looks good, and there's going to be a time where he loses the matchup that he shouldn't. So I think this is going to bring them a little bit more stability to the Aster Aries squad. The rest of the team looked okay. There wasn't like anything wow in terms of the effect. They were, you could say, relatively close, qualifying to the major, just one win away potentially in the previous DPC tour. But they also had some freebies as well, playing in the previous DPC tour against outsiders from China. Vici Gaming was also underperforming. IG had a bit of a rough start. They were 0-3, still managed to go to the major. This time around, I think the tour looks more stacked, I would say. The only team I'm worried about is Team Bright. They could look like the outsiders from China type of a squad. Better for sure, but seems like they're not going to be able to compete with these stronger teams.
Yeah, there's a lot of big names coming in on that Piggy Killer squad. Fly, someone I love talking about when it comes to Morphling. But Team Bright, it's them. And honestly, I'm still kind of on that train of I don't know what to expect from IG. I'm yet to see anything this tour from them, of course. But I'll be interested to see what they bring to the table and if they're going to be good enough to be a major team again. So, you've got the likes of Azure Ray coming in, and this is a team of what people wanted to see for the longest time. I mean, they were hoping Ame might be there instead of Lou, but I think Lou is like not right there with Ame. I think that would be maybe an insult to Ame, but he's definitely a good enough carry to get the job done, and I think be in that spot for this team and do well.
Yeah, Ame's shoes too big to be filled pretty much after he left the scene.
Yeah.
We don't have that carry. I mean, Shiro is the one who's like kind of stepping up. Monet, I would say, is the most stable Chinese carry at the moment. He's been stable throughout his whole career, I would even say. Monet is always the one like reliable. You can rely on him to be carrying the games. But yeah, I want to see more from Lu. I also want to see, I just want to see Azure Ray play Dota, because Somnus and Chalice, they haven't played since RNG. So
Yeah.
back in action. Let's see if Somnus still has it. I also want to see how much experiments from these like mid laners from the drafts we're gonna see in the squad.
It's going to be interesting if they just give Chalice just, hey, you're playing Mars again. Well, we don't we know the patch has changed, but you're just, we know you as the Mars guy. Like, you're just playing Mars. It'll be interesting too to see how FY plays, because with that Vici lineup, like, he really struggled. He never really shined in that entire tour. And now you're playing with teammates, former teammates, now current teammates, and guys who I think can definitely take more advantage in opening up the game and making it so FY kind of gets the flip switch to on, because it was never quite there for him in that last tour.
Yeah, I have to agree. Like, the performance was just not there. I'm not sure if it was like squad related, but also some of the individual plays were not up to FY standards, because he was the one who kind of set the standards, set the bar really high. FY God, you know, you needed to be extremely good player to have that God added to your name. But looking at the draft that they could end up with, Lanham, he is behind the team, the coach. So not too worried about them. There's like so much experience, and Dota always was a game where some of these like old ideas, old hero counters are still reliable back in these. Like, if you go back to, I don't know, like Dota 1 days with Shadow Demon Luna as a counter, like, it's still viable. Once Luna becomes popular, there's going to be like resurgence of Shadow Demon one more time, and stuff like this works. Maybe some of the newer teams, newer blood, that doesn't know all these like old school matchups, but
Right.
they definitely have what it takes. Like, they have this old school mentality. They know Dota inside out. It's just how they're going to be adjusting to new Dota, like some of these new changes that were not in the game.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see when you're stepping into a pretty big patch for your first kind of competitive Dota way back from playing a couple years ago. So we'll see what Azure Ray can kind of bring to the table for that. I've got maybe a little bit of a question mark for Tiaming in the 5 position. He's going from that 4 to the 5. He was playing 4 with Lu with YBB in the last tour. So he's always shown he's kind of a guy in my eyes who really didn't exactly get the biggest chance in terms of like having that explosion of a career. He played with that eHome squad. He's got that he had that Keen Gaming gif, I think, when he was freaking out at like the PGL minor, I want to say. And I've been a fan of his ever since. He shows a lot of emotion. He's a very good player, but now he's taking a step back in the role of, you know, now I'm going to be the 5 position, not the 4. So how am I going to play this game, especially with the map being so vastly different and in a different position for his team overall?
And we see that even the map is like being bigger. Position 5s, they do get a lot of farm. Also, depending on the wisdom runes, they do tend to get level 6 pre 10 minutes. You'll see position 5 players, heroes, end up with like 2 items 30 minutes into the game. You have like drums, you have a glimmer, maybe full bongo boots as well, Pavis, one more item on top of it. So there's a lot of gold, especially if you're involved in these earlier kills, picking up bounty runes, stacking. That's the big one. I don't think you stack as much as position 5 compared to position 4, because you're not close to a triangle. There's like 2 ancients very close to you, and now also getting 30% XP from the stacking does really benefit supports a lot.
Yeah, support's getting the benefits of the last letter patch, so we'll see what they're able to accomplish for both these teams. And we do have ourselves a draft, and it should be interesting to see what these 2 teams kind of pull out. What's the secret strat? What's coming through from YBB? Or, well, the Azure Ray, because I was reading it. There's still YBB in game, but it should be fun. I'm excited. I wonder if they're just going to go straight comfort. They're throwing FY on Rubik and Chalice.
Chalice
like
and some
Mars.
Enchantress, Batrider, Mars, exactly. Centaur. Money Printer, Doom, picked up by Azure Ares. This hero, even after the nerfs, he's still very, very strong. These were some minor nerfs. Dude just makes money out of nothing. Hand of Midas, builds into auras.
Whoa. Okay. Underlord, very fun off-lane experience, building all the auras, and Crystal Maiden. Definitely, Crystal Maiden being an interesting first pick, that's for sure.
Strong hero overall, one of the most contested heroes during the Berlin Major. And I gotta say, watching a couple of Chinese games so far in the DPC, there isn't much difference than watching Western European, which is considered the strongest region at the moment. So either they're copying or they're getting like the good grasp of the meta. There's still a lot of theory crafting. You'll see different themes from Western European regions, like opening up with Visage Spirit Breaker, something that Tundra did 2 times in a row yesterday. But a lot of these heroes are considered strong and are getting picked immediately. And now Azure Ray will ban out Rubik, one of the better heroes against Underlord. You just become better Firestorm. And it's all about that, pretty much, dealing the percentage-based damage. Amplify that with your Arcane Supremacy plus a Fate Bolt. You can win a team fight alone if you do manage to get 2-3 of those Firestorms. So no surprise that Rubik is banned out. The one that stands out to me is Bounty. Not the hero that has seen the most play. Some teams do tend to pick it, like position 4, position 5. I'm still yet to see a core bounty hunter, but I do like 5 bounty or 4 bounty because he does threaten a lot of these early kills. He can move around the map. He can contest the wisdom runes. So overall, good hero, I would say.
Change to Shadow Walk with the stun feels pretty nice for bounty hunters in that support role. And now they're going to ban the Oracle, so they're really focusing on supports, and more so, I would say, if you're thinking bounty's probably going to be a 5, and Oracle would probably be a 5, they're focusing their attention on Tian Ming on the 5 position, and assuming that Crystal Maiden's there for FY in the 4 position.
That could be. If they decide to pair up Crystal Maiden with Underlord, it still works out real nicely. You have a spell to keep them. And looking at Somnus, his signature headset, the pink one with cat ears. Missed to see those in actions.
Yeah, he was wearing those in the last tour that he played with RNG, and I believe they're his significant other's headset. And he was winning with them, so he never gave them back. And I guess he still has them. We'll see if the good luck charm still is in the relics of that headset, right?
Hope so.
The longer you hold on to it, the left headphone doesn't work anymore. But he's like, oh, it really is lucky we don't lose with when I have this on. But you can't hear anything if it gets too old or the mic doesn't work or something like that. Be funny to hear is I'm looking at FY and he's got massive headphones on.
Yeah, those are gigantic. Also, looking at their cameras, they seem to be at different locations at the moment. It's only Lou who has given up his spot, so it's Lanham drafting for the team.
Yeah, it's always interesting. The team that I always think about when we see these cameras in China is always LGD and how they do with Jiao 8.
Yeah, looking at the background, I think some of them could be in the same place, but FY definitely looks like he's some kind of mansion or something, judging by the furniture. I think Tianming is in the same spot as Lu, looking at the background, but maybe Somnus is there as well, but the others seem to be at the different locations.
Yeah, is that Gundam models behind Chalice?
I don't know, but looking at FY,
like
he's in Paris right now. Paris, some Chotet, some castle. Yeah, let's focus on the bans here. Astro Ares, Queen of Pain banned out. Okay. Queen of Pain. Not sure what this says about the draft. Maybe they have a little bit of extra. I mean, it's been Somnus's better hero, I would say, throughout his career as well. He played pretty much everything. On the other side, Azure Ray, they are banning out really good heroes against Underlord, Slark and Monkey King. Monkey's better in the lane against him. Slark better throughout the game because you do possess a more kill threat, I would say. And now Azure Ray opening up with Coddle plus Crystal Maiden. So that's going to be a support duo that can't really rotate that easily, I would say. You will need some kind of a playmaker hero from the mid lane to... Because Underlord's relatively sluggish. He can come in with the Fiend's Gate. But Keeper of the Light, Crystal Maiden, post 10-15 med mark, it's really hard to gank with these heroes.
Yeah, that's something we were talking about in Western Europe the other day, right? Like, we saw Coddle and a +1 of the supports, and it just wasn't exactly the best movements in terms of supporting. And, well, with Coddle and Underlord, you do have a lot of movement around the map.
Yeah,
though.
you're probably looking at some kind of a spirit hero from the mid lane. I like Void. I like Pango as well, where you can... you need Chakra hero, pretty much, for Azure Ray.
Wind Ranger, okay. Interesting little pick here.
Could be mid, could be even safe lane. There's been decent amount of safe lane Wind Rangers in Western European region, but most likely gonna be played from the mid lane. Universal hero now, so you like build into Athos, which gives you damage. It's a setup for your Shackle as well. And there's the other spirit that benefits a lot from Keeper of the Light. So they needed that pairing. Now, yes, sorry, go ahead.
I was just going to say that Windrunner was played by Entity. It was in 2 losses, though. So we haven't exactly seen it in Western Europe. At least from Entity's point of view, it was that one team. But there's been others that have played it like OG. But even that was in a loss. So we really haven't seen the peaks coming from Windrunner. What's the big draw here from Windrunner? So many teams are picking it.
Deals a ton of damage, but then again, you picked Wind Ranger into Underlord, who's a Crimson buyer. Like, you have Guardian Greaves, Crimson. You're literally not taking damage from Focus Fire until she gets like another item, or if she's staying away from Underlord. I want to see from some kind of a tower damage from Azure Ray, because right now you have Ember Spirit, Coddle, Crystal Maiden. Underlord can deal with tier 1 towers, but when it comes down to sieging tier 2 towers, it's going to be very difficult for them. Ember doesn't really provide you with much. And on the other side, banning out Ursa. Again, another hero that works nicely against Underlord. There aren't many left in the pool that deal well with him, so this lane might need to be kind of forfeit, I would say. It's a very difficult lane to play into Underlord. He comes online relatively quickly, get that Vanguard, become unkillable.
I'd like to see another stun for Azure Ray. They're working with Pit of Malice, the Searing Chains, like Crystal Maiden's a little bit more locked down. I'd like to see something a bit more from them in terms of a stun.
There's one hero that comes to my mind. You are playing against Doom. You need a little bit more tower pressure. If you want to go for Raid King, that sounds, I think, really fine for Azure Ray, where you have Deso Builder, you have Frontliner, another one. Might be a bit of a slower lineup, I would say. But 25 to like 40 minutes, you're going to feel super strong.
And it's one of those heroes that Lou kind of likes. I think it's a very straightforward hero for him, and we've seen him play it in the past. We've seen others play it in the past in the Chinese region, like Erica. Was a big fan of that hero. I think there was a season we worked together where Erica played it every game. That was like 2021. Let's see what they pick here for Astro Ares, because we're still unsure where the Windrunner is going to go exactly, but we'll get a better feel, with this last pick, and it will be a Terrorblade.
Well, now Wraith King is kind of meh, I would say. I think you could start looking into maybe Morphling, maybe Phantom Lancer. You need something against this Terrorblade. I know certain teams do prefer
5 seconds.
this Morphling against Terrorblade matchup, where you have Aghanim Scepter, you steal some of his stats as well. It's also China, but they go with the other option, just an old school counter to Terrorblade. Also Confusion, you build into Mantis style. You do dispel Global Silence, create a Chaos, so Doom cannot find you. I think Azure Ray drafted themselves a good draft. It's going to be a lot on Somnus' shoulders to be able to get stuff done. Needs to play with Keeper of the Light. Hero pairing is nice. On the other side, Aster Ares, also strong draft. I don't mind it too much. Big fan of Techies, Doom. These heroes are extremely strong. Also want to see how XWY, how strong he's going to come out of the laning stage against Somnus.
Yeah, that's a big question mark. It's Somnus' first game back, so if anybody needs kind of that confidence builder and can exploit a little bit of the rustiness coming into the mid lane, XWY is someone who's going to really have to fight for it, but it could be big for him if he does have a successful lane, and I'd be interested to see it. The one thing that is kind of standing out at me is FY on Coddle. It's not really that playmaker hero that we see a lot for FY, that guy who kind of starts the fights or goes in. Like there was a time he was playing Earth Spirit Rubik, and that was all it was.
This is the downside. The one thing I don't really like about Azure Ray's draft is having this Coddle Crystal Maiden. If these heroes are stuck in a position where they can't make a move, sure, Coddle can stack, he can farm jungle, so can Crystal Maiden, but I don't think you're getting the value of the heroes that you want, because your Phantom Lancer also wants the jungle. Same goes for Underlord. So if they lose the laning stage, I could see Aster Ares like taking over the game in the next like 10-15 minutes. Also, mention the XWY Windranger. This is the hero that builds into Gleipnir, so good setup against Ember Spirit, against Phantom Lancer as well. Root mechanic, can't use Doppelganger. So we'll have to see how it plays out. Definitely hyped up for it. Red Panda on his also signature silencer this time around. And they're going to be smoking, looking to maybe go and take a fight. Arcane Curse level 1 plus Blood Grenade. You could potentially get some kills. Techies, DK. Also holding one Blood Grenade and holding a point.
You're a big fan of Blood Grenade. I've noticed in the first few days of this new season that you're almost as big on Blood Grenade as you are on the big bad Philly Stone.
Yeah, this item, Blood Grenade, buy it. Like, you should not have it in stock. It's an insane item. Because I tend to play very aggressive Dota, want to be active, always was like that. This was like my favorite part of the game, where you go and make someone's life miserable, move across the map. Perfect item for it.
Yeah, we'll see if I start purchasing that item, but I was playing off lane. I know it's mainly like a support thing.
You can still get one.
You can?
Yeah.
All right. My friends had given me some advice, but they're not pros, so I'll right rather listen to you.
On Blood Grenade doesn't say 7.33 cannot be bought on off-lane heroes. Yeah.
Fair enough. I you know what? Next time I play off lane, I'm gonna buy a Blood Grenade.
All right, I'll check your replay. But for now, let's check this live game. Looking at the mid lane, Somnus, starting with the Flame Guard. This is Agility Hero for now. Might be swapped to the Universal Hero, which Windranger is. And this is kind of a new build, whether going for more branches or having a casual circlet, then getting something like a Bracer. We've seen like Null Talismans, Raid Bands, whatever you feel like in the game is needed if you need a little bit more region.
Gosh. Bottom lane, early damage on the Doom, and Shang-Chi looking like he's just going to die here. It's with the Blood Grenade from FY. So TK trying to get a trade, and the turnaround. Ming turns around and he ends up dying. Sticky bomb there onto FY. TK, one more shot and he'll go down, and that will be placed in by Lou.
This has been a thing for quite some time now. With the introduction of Twin Gates, hold this tri-lane, use Blood Grenade, use second Blood Grenade to get a kill. And Chalice, in terms of CS, not doing too hot, considering that he was alone. He still is alone in the top lane, sitting at 0-0.
Ooh. That's not what you want. I am wondering which kind of Chalice are we getting, right? Like, he had, I almost want to say, two different career styles when he was playing before. It was the LGD sacrificial lamb, where off lane was always sacked for him, and it was him having to make whatever he could out of nothing. And then the second end of his first part of his career, I guess, now, with him coming back from retirement and him having to, you know, be more of a playmaker. And Chalice, well, he's getting pretty low and tries to get into the trees, and he is away. He does pop that salve. Red Panda trying to stop it, and eventually will.
Seems like there's your answer. It's going to be sacrificial, LGD, Chalice, who was left alone, and FY trying to square up against Red Panda, but having points and glaives of wisdom can't really take this fight. Even though you're involved in 2 kills, have boots of speed, Silencer still deals a ton of damage.
You would think with this combo coming in from Chalice and FY of the Coddle and the Underlord, especially when that level 2 comes in for the Firestorm, that they should be pretty dominant in this lane, laying down Firestorm so often.
Problem is you don't have any kind of a slow in this lane. You have Blinding Light. Jesus, if someone new comes to the game and clicks on Blinding Light, there's a lot of reading to do. This actually counts as reading a short novel. Yeah, it's pretty nuts.
Bit of a short story there, yeah. So many changes coming in for this Blinding Light from 7.33 A, B, and C.
It's a wall of text.
Yeah. Potentially written by ChatGPT. So.
Needs TLDR on that.
Yeah.
I'll give you. Overbuffed, nerfed, balanced. That's what it is.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for the TLDR. I appreciate that. I think, you know, if you could just do that for all heroes, you'd be making some pretty fierce content.
I'll think about it.
TK just chasing TMing, who doesn't have any mana to play with right now, and no Arcane Aura yet. So level 2 just into the Crystal Nova and the Frostbite, no surprise.
He's dead here probably if TK wants to commit another blast off, but he was afraid of getting frostbitten potentially. No mana on Crystal Maiden, however. Not sure. TK could have probably went for a kill, pop a stick, use another sticky bomb.
Mids might have to start taking notice, by the way, because Somnus is already 32 and 4 to the 20 and 1 of XWY.
He's back, baby.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. He is back. Oh gosh, it's that has been such a funny meme on Reddit. I will say, it's the, you know, after getting 1 CS, it's the urge to say I'm back in this game, or something like that. Is the format of, like, you know.
It was all like, for me, it was always, it still is. If I miss the first CS, I know the game's gonna be bad. If it gets denied, that it's even worse. I get angry immediately. Start threatening my teammates, destroying the others. Just kidding. No, but the first CS is kind of very important because it gives you this like little boost. It's like, oh yeah, this is it. Like, I'm doing really well. Then you get a deny, you get another CS, and looking at the chart, 39 and 5 on Somnus against 27-1 on Windranger, and XWY, he's forced to go back.
Honestly, I think he would have died if FY had thrown an Illuminate in there. I know it's only level 1, but XWY had like 50 health. But he came over to the lane and gave the Chakra Magic over to Somnus, who is now sitting at that level 6. So mid was the lane that I've been keeping an eye on, and Somnus is certainly dominating at the moment, and he's having fun. They'll go after Red Panda. Should be able to get a kill, especially with the Blinding Light, putting him back out of the low ground. And that will be a kill for Somnus. Well, now they think about going after XWY. You got to remember, he's only level 5. While Somnus is level 6 and does have that Remnant available.
Whenever I mention TK, I know in China, TK is short for Tinker. They have these letters, so I'll immediately think of Tinker for some reason. And the best one for me is Underlord. Just means big ass. They have a name for it. I don't know. They simplify things that I really love. Just giving nicknames to heroes.
Yeah, there was a bunch that Black named for us when he was telling us about his time playing in China, that they had all these nicknames for all the heroes, and some of them were hilarious. Fun. Right now, top lane, Red Panda coming over. XWY was leaning that way for a second, but not going to make the rotation to try and get a kill here on a Chalice, who I think at this point, he's not fine, but he is certainly recovering at 26-4. And you could see stacks are being made aplenty by FY.
Red Panda was thinking about maybe going in, stealing that Wisdom Rune. But FY, too speedy. Old man on the horse, and as you said, make some really nice stacks in the triangle. That's going to be for either Ember, Underlord. These two heroes can easily farm at Chalice, getting the levels. Has Vanguard available. Same goes for Shanxi. Very interactive Dota 2 gameplay.
Bottom tower is under attack.
Jianming came over through the Twin Gate, but he's going to be spotted by these illusions. Should be able to put some pressure onto the tier 1 tower up in the top lane. So not exactly easy here for Aster Aries to try and defend this with Ulu and Red Panda. Ulu, he does have meta, and they're going to go for this. Pit of Malice down, Red Panda taking some damage. The attention is there with 4 heroes up in the top lane, and they'll get a kill as this silencer drops and Terrorblade's forced to be pushed away.
Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
Who's going to be stronger carrying this game? Whether that's going to be Lu or Ulu.
Are fortified.
Seems like the tower's going to drop. Yeah, Underlord doesn't have a point in Fiend's Gate at the moment, so can be anywhere on the map. This ulti is so powerful. I mean, got
Dire's top tower has fallen.
nerfed in C version. Same goes for B, but it's still extremely strong. Like getting damage reduction, getting movement speed as well, also being able to contest enemy tormentors, going for the runes, just fits in nicely with the state of Dota right now.
And with the Kato in this game, and potentially from a Tormentor, when he does get that shard for the recall, they can really have the whole team kind of just pop out.
Ember Spirit places a remnant, shows up out of nowhere. Somnus looking really good this game.
They're starting to come down towards bottom to go for Chalice. They want to get this kill. But using this gate, and he'll just leave.
See ya.
Okay.
And he's going back through the gates again.
Confident enough to just know that they left. They saw him go through the gate, and they were like, all right, gank over. And he just comes right back through.
Look at me, I'm time traveler.
They call me Doctor.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
It's the best movie out of that universe. XWY, really struggling on this Wind Ranger. Not able to get anything done. Needs some kind of a setup. But Doom's not going to be that guy because he wants to farm up. They don't have the stun. That's the problem. Like, there is Shackle Shot. There is Techie Stun.
Oh, blast off.
Speaking of
There
stuns,
it is, on the 2, but quickly dispatching or trying to dispatch TK. They actually get the kill there on a Tianming. Fiend's Gate is down, TK on the run. Somnus will get a kill with the Sleight of Fist. And Chalice, he sends the Fiend's Gate over, but, well, never chooses to go through it.
when I said no stuns, I mean these stuns are relatively hard to execute. It's not like, you know, Tusk rolling in, setting things up, or with Earth Spirit, you need to be able to land it. And also Doom, he wants to farm up. Wind Ranger, one of the heroes that wants to be active early on, wants to have like someone to set things up for a potential power shot. This is an ability that also got buffed. It's like 470 damage on level 4. Whew. It's like
Bit of an upgrade there.
The AoE Finger of Death. Finger needs some kind of a buff again.
Ooh, they are following the courier, and Searing Chains will stop that TP. XWY does land the Shackle Shot. but not going to get too far away with all the control that they have here for the side of Azure Array.
Somnus is also the one getting all the last hits, making sure that he has those with Sleight of Fist. And FY, he's been playing with Somnus. Chakra Magic level 3 at the moment, more than enough. And now they're hunting the outer ring, seeing if they can find someone. Ulu is underneath the vision.
No. Yeah, Sleight of Fist, Searing Chains, and there's a Crystal Nova with a Frostbite. They will control Ulu up, try to make it so he can't get a Sunder off, but with the Global Silence, that keeps Somnus still, and they do get the Sunder away. Ulu trying to TP out, but that is immediately stopped. That was very bold and ambitious, and just trying to walk it away.
He popped a region rune. I'm not sure if it was expiring or if he popped him himself. Didn't see that he had Arcane Curse on him. It's still going to be great timing. We'll go back to full HP with this healing salve. There is Bounty Rune available as well to be picked up. Same goes for double damage, but that one's going to be picked up by XWY.
So bottled up by this Windrunner, who's still trying to get active in this game. Meanwhile, Somnus, he's already 4-0, and he's about to have this Maelstrom, while at the same time, you've got Diffusal picked up for Lu, and he's casually on his way to Yasha Ags.
Ags upgrade on Phantom Lancer feels really nice, I would say. I'm not sure if he should rush
Chalice? Doom committed, and they're going to get a kill here onto Chalice. Are they going to go for the deny? No. Just going to hold that ult with the freezing field and eventually lose a second. But Somnus comes over, the double damage on XWY. Need to be a little careful. Sleight of Fist, Remnant following his way over to XWY, trying not to get controlled at all. We'll get the kill here onto the Windrunner, now looking for more. They've got themselves a second as Doom will eventually die. There's some help there from FY with the Solar Bind to control him up and kite him out.
After seeing that Doom is used, Somnus feels relatively safe coming into this fight. Nice usage of the Remnants. Finds XWY, and they're really playing around him, refilling his bottle, giving him mana with Aura, giving him Chakra, reduced cooldown, using Pavis on top of him, and also Loot. He's the one who's going ham in this game. As a Phantom Lancer, involved in 7 out of 10 kills, very active, Diffusal Blade finished. Let's see if he wants to commit with just Yasha for now, and then go into that Aghanim Scepter, which does bounce twice, and also extra movement slow. So good Ags upgrade, especially against hero like Terrorblade. You want to cause a lot of confusion, and then you can also play off with Chakra Magic. It doesn't necessarily need to be Ember Spirit. Lower the cooldown on Spirit Lance. This has been super popular, I don't know, 7, 8, 10 years ago. Keeper of the Light plus BL has always been a thing.
That's something you just kind of honed in on the draft, right? Old school combos.
Yeah, they still do work. Exactly.
Yeah.
Thanks for backing me up, B-Cup. Making me look smart.
No, you make yourself look smart by saying the smart things, and then I just repeat your smart things and use them as my own.
It happen from time to time. Like once a day, there's going to be an occasion I say something smart.
A lot of those days, it's,
Most of the time, it doesn't
that
happen.
Joke was...
was fire.
Yeah, thank you. So 2K lead, it's not like they've got this exorbitant lead. It's 2K, but it still feels like they just have control of the map much more complete than Aster Ares.
It's TK gold lead for Azure Ray. Haven't really seen much from Windranger. I mean, XWY, this was just kind of a downside downfall when he played for the main squad of Aster. Sometimes he's stuck in this position. It's going to be Coddle. Looks very dead here, even with Pavis on top of him. But let's see some meta usage. If they want to take out the tower, fully commit to it.
They do, but will there be a response? They're going to glyph, but nobody really coming over. There was a glance from TMing for a second, but...
An interesting build from Somnus. Vanguard, Ember Spirit, after finishing off Maelstrom. I guess this is solely to counter Windranger and some right clicks from Terrorblade. They also do have Crimson available on Underlord. Now going into Pipe. So once they decide to group up on side of Azure Ray, it's going to be super powerful. Let's say they misuse the Doom or Global Silence. Azure Ray, they're going to be fight ready. They can also try to poke even with these two abilities being online.
Pretty safe from physical damage. That's for sure. So we'll see what they do. They're going to go for the tier 1 over mid. Now the Global Silence comes through while TK goes into the blast off. The damage on Somnus. They have the complete control to get that kill. Hit him Alice on the 4 heroes, and now a freezing field. Doom in trouble. Blinding Light pushing him into the center of the freezing field. So they at least get themselves a trade, but well done by Aster Ares to at least get that control onto Somnus.
Heavy commitment, but overall beautiful execution. Global Silence, follow up from Techies. They pop the Doom as well. Now going through the Fiend's Gate.
This is, wall smoke, so they get their health and mana back, but do they fight right after that?
Now they're keeping bottom to the outpost. They saw Ulu. Does have Manta available.
Blinding Light, body blocks from FY. Ulu is really struggling to deal with this. Now we'll finally pop that Manta and try to TP out, but, well, he's not going to be able to escape. Yeah, Sunder's there, Illuminate on him. The chase is on. They'll get this kill. I mean, they have more than enough when the Chakra Magic is always on to TMing with a level 4 Frostbite. They're just
that was
every
such
second.
a cool play. Forcing him to TP out. He's like, they don't have any stuns available. They already used everything. Then removes cooldown on Frostbite. It's permanent. 6 seconds. 6 seconds from Chakra Magic. Somnus wants to have some kind of a defense item for himself. Going into Lincoln Sphere next. Understands that either Doom or a Shackle can cause some issues. Still doesn't have a Dispel against Global Silence. So that's going to be still a pain in the ass for him to play into, because we've seen in the previous fight that they can bring him down.
They have to put it all together, though, to make sure that they can get that kill. So see if they can continue to do that. And as this lead still sits at around 2,000, Phantom Lancer is about to have that Ags, just 350 gold away from finishing off that item. And that could definitely be an item that screams, let's just fight and go for it. Wouldn't be too surprised. That combined with an almost finished pipe, like...
There's 2 big items coming on their side, make it 3. Phantom Lancer about to finish off Aghanim Scepter, pipe that you just mentioned, and also Spirit Vessel on Keeper of the Light. Like, not the most important one, but also the item synergy is going to be there. Yan Ming.
They looking
also getting closer to Glimmer Cape. Yeah. So a lot of defensive tools on their side. Glimmer Cape plus Pavis, some 300 magic plus physical on top of someone like Somnus. Add a Flame Guard, extra 300 magic. So very difficult to go through all this tankiness. How's the Gleipnir looking on XWI? Still far away from it.
I was looking over for a second. It looked like Azure Ray, they were going to smoke up and go through the Twin Gate. And that would have timed out to a potential 5-on-5 there in the top lane. So they don't go through, but now Chalice, he's getting harassed a little bit by TK and XWY. Still nothing going on, while the Tormentor of Aster Ares is being taken by Azure Ray. So that'll be a shard there for Coddle, for this FY Keeper of the Light to now have a recall.
A good way to split up the map, as you mentioned. Fiend's Gate, Remnants, Recall, they can be anywhere on the map. Roshan is now on Radiant side as well. Let's see if they decide to go for it. They do have Sustain from Keeper of the Light, and they're going to start to do it. Not the fastest Roshan takes by any means. I think Aster Ares will still have time to respond to this Roshan if they go immediately.
They're starting to trek down towards the south end of the map, but they need to go a little bit quicker. Because they're not all committing to this. Ooh, is actually not even going down anymore. TK is over there, knowing that the Tormentor's gone. They'll pick up the Wisdom Rune.
It's a slow Rosh. Roshan
why-
has been buffed. This is Ember we're talking about. Keeper of the Light. Someone needs to deal damage. Now they're going to the top lane. It's like they're dodging the fight, or at least pretending to do so.
See that Roche has lost some health, but they haven't backed out completely just yet. Both teams kind of not willing to make the first move just yet, but I say that with a 5-man smoke on Aster Ares. So let's see who will make the jump first. Putting some illusions out there. Power shot into the abyss.
Samus is on the top lane, does have Remnant available. So now he's getting stuff from the map. Ulu not farming with his illusions, not pushing out anything.
Walks right over into a Pit of Malice. And now that Manta's on cooldown, so maybe not the best time to fight just yet for Aster Ares. You're going to kind of want that Manta up just in case.
Yeah, the good old Pit of Chalice. He's going to be the one controlling the areas of the fight. Very difficult to invade, especially when you know that they've been there before, setting up some vision, setting up sentries as well. Somnus going back through the gates.
Yeah, now they know that Ulu left.
Yeah, they can try to do it again. How much HP did Roshan recover? Good 2,000 HP.
But it's still that's almost Aster Ares signifying, hey, you know what? We're getting nothing out of the map right now, and we'd rather get something out of the map and give up the Aegis than get nothing at all.
Something is better than nothing, definitely. So they split the map. I mentioned Terrorblade was not getting anything. This Terrorblade, he's really low on HP. Going into Butterfly next, I can understand why. Because you're playing into Phantom Lancer, there's still a ton of magical damage. Like one Illuminate's gonna cut your HP into half. One Crystal Nova, one Illuminate, down to half HP.
With the way that FY and TMing have been rolling, they've been in tandem, where Chakra Magic's been used onto this Crystal Maiden quite often. So consistently just being frostbitten and hit with that Crystal Nova is a pain for this Terrorblade.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
And we saw that when they killed him off over bottom, how much of a problem that was for him.
Fights are going to be very chaotic for Aster Ares. They need to heavily commit to win a fight with Doom, Global Silence, Meta, Windranger with the Focus Fire. If they don't get the kills, if Azure Ray survives, they're going to be the kings of the fight. In terms of net worth, there's still just 1k gold lead for them because, sure, Doom is printing money, going for all these auras. Pipe, Crimson finished on him. Blink Dagger as well. He's been farming, staying on top of the net worth as well. But Phantom Lancer with Ags, Chakra Magic, Firestorm, random slides, Keeper of the Light with Illuminates. They do want to play these drawn-out fights. Maybe use 1 or 2 buybacks as well, especially if they commit with a Doom. So I really don't see Aster Ares winning a fight because Terrorblade's way too squishy to be able to sitting in the middle of a fight and dealing damage. Also playing into unfavorable matchup against the PL, getting his mana burn. It's going to be a difficult one.
We kind of saw this exact, maybe not word for word, but we saw a very similar situation for the side of Team Secret when Christos was on his Terrorblade. Looking for the reactive taser. They're going to go in, and they've got the Global Silence being used, and now can they follow that up with anything? The Global Silence is worn off. They drop down the Pit of Malice, and that's going to be onto the Doom. XWY as well as Ulu in the Metamorphosis trying to output that damage. They go to the Freezing Field from TMing, and TK is going to jump on into the fight. But now it looks like he'll at least be the one who dies for the side of Aster Ares. And can they get anything more out of this for the side of Azure Ray? They'll show over that Spirit Lance on XWY, who doesn't have a lot of mana to work with, but does have that Gleipnir as well as the Shackle shot. It's not really too much control. It's just going too far to the base that Azure Ray don't want to do.
The problem is they committed with meta, used Global Silence. Doom is still available, but you can see how these fights are going. They're not receiving damage. Somnus very defensive with his item build. Lincoln Sphere Vanguard that can be disassembled into Octarine core, different items as well. We can also keep it if he feels like he needs, I don't know, Bash or Abyssal Blade, whatever. And also, yeah, just adding more value against the Wind Ranger and her Focus Fire. Oh, he looks very dead here.
Yeah, Frostbite, Solar Bind, Gleipnir's not really going to do much for him. This Spear Vessel used on him as well, so XWI is going to be dead for 50 seconds without buyback. They've been putting pressure on the side of Aster Ares, and they have started to crumble. Lu's just free to take this base. Just a matter of time before he kind of gets there, and you can see the illusions flooding in from Lu. Demalis down again. And there's not much of an answer for Shang-Chi. He just kind of has to
get his
stand there and get all his mana burned away. Doom may be off cooldown, but you don't even have the mana to use it.
Still holding the Aegis for another minute. This should be a set of barracks, popping the glyph. Not gonna save them. Look at what Somnus, he's pretending. He's pretending to be AFK, not moving his hero. He's legit away. Let's see what he's okay,
he's on
he
a
moved.
call.
It's all good.
Well, that bottom set of racks, like you said, the health of it's going to be depleted, and just these Gleipnirs, these small little poking and prodding tools that Aster Ares have at their disposal just aren't really doing anything. And again, these illusions, they'll clear up mines, they'll clear up the mana that they have on Aster Ares, and it's death by 1,000 cuts right now for Aster Ares. They just kind of have to sit here and watch as illusions go their way and they lose these buildings.
Kind of a rough one. We did mention that they need to commit. They need to get stuff done. With Doom, now they're going to smoke while Aegis is about to expire. Trying to look for a play, and Radiant, they are using a scan, thinking that they are doing Tormentor or picking up their Wisdom Rune.
Which they can do. Not if they're an illusion, though. There it is. They do pick up that Wisdom Rune. Meanwhile, the other one's going to be picked up by Somnus, and they've had control of these Wisdom Runes, so a lot of the experience going their way. It's not only just a net worth lead, but a 9-level advantage for Azure. There really hasn't been a fight or a part in this game where I would say Azure have felt like they've been on the losing end of an exchange.
Yeah, some of these fights looked really wonky from their side. Aster Ares looking for an opening, but then again, Terrorblade, he's not tanky. One Firestorm, one Slight. Oh, they doomed the Underlord.
A very early Doom. They needed to get the damage in to get this kill on a Chalice. He's not going to survive, so they'll at least get that. But now you're looking at a depleted mana on Doom and Lu going in. So Frostbite, Silence there, onto the Phantom Lancer. On the other side of the fight, they've got Somnus maybe looking to make a way in with a Remnant. The Solar Bind, the damage, the kill there on the Red Panda, as well as Shang-Chi, and a Remnant forward now looking over at Lu. Spirit Lance and the mana starting to get depleted, but he goes down to the Manta. He's got the Sunder. It's not going to keep him alive for much longer, really, and they'll call GG and even disconnect.
Wow.
As game one goes to Azure.
I mean, this game looked pretty over, even when the gold lead was like 1K on side of Azure. So I think in this one also comes down to the draft. They picked Terrorblade, relatively greedy draft. I thought that maybe with the better laning stage, they would be able to get a lot more stuff done, like maybe get the ball rolling, try to fight more in this bottom lane with Doom and Techies, try to get some kills. Maybe Techies rotates to the mid lane. XWY, he lost the lane really hard. Somnus, he's back in action, died once. And Lu having a great performance on his Phantom Lancer. Completely uncontested, on top of the net worth throughout the whole game, out farming Doom. Some good stuff coming up from Azure. If they're going to keep playing like this, I know that they're playing against Aster Ares right now, but if they're going to be playing like this against stronger Chinese teams, I could see them potentially even going to Major.
Yeah, it looked really clean from them. Despite the break, it felt like they had a very proper idea about how to move around the map and basically get the most out of every movement they made throughout the game. And there was no like missing out. It was like very fluid motions coming through from Azure Ray, if that makes sense to you. And they didn't really miss a beat in this game. I think there was a lot of openings for them, and they took advantage pretty heavily, and they weren't afraid to really execute their game plan throughout this one.
Yeah. Draft was okay. Definitely gameplay even better. Like movement around the map, going for objectives. Just no complaints. This is only game one we're talking about, but Somnus, he definitely looked good. If you consider that he was away from Dota for quite some time, it doesn't feel like he was away at all.
Yeah, he didn't really miss a beat on this one. And it's another game where we see like a Terrorblade get a decent amount of farm, but not really know what to do in terms of like getting into these fights and not feeling confident at all either, right? Like you were saying throughout pretty much the majority of the game, Terrorblade's not really in a survivable mode at the moment to fight.
Also, for the love of God, stop picking Windranger into Underlord. I just don't like this at all. You know that he will be getting Crimson Guard, standing on top of you with Atrophy Aura. You have damage reduction with Focus Fire. Literally tickles, like that, not really dealing damage. I mean, they did manage to get a kill on him in the end while throwing everything on top of him, committing with the Global Silence, Doom. But it's like you use all of these abilities on one hero that maybe even has buyback, comes back into a fight with Fiend's Gate, you already lost the fight.
Yeah, it just the lineup that they had here for the side of Aster Ares wasn't exactly one that was going to execute well against what Azure Ray had. Like you said, the Money Printer of Doom, it's a very Xylus move, but you can't execute it well when the rest of your lanes and the rest of your game and your teammates aren't exactly opening up enough space for you. It felt like it was very... sometimes these Doom picks feel very forced, right?
It's still a strong hero. I don't mind the Doom. It's just like the composition of the team. Someone needs to play Dota. You can't just kill jungle creeps pretty much, because that's what Terrorblade wants to do. I wanted to see a little bit more movement around the map, try to open up the map with some moves from Windranger, maybe getting a kill here. This bottom lane, I think that they could have played slightly more aggressive, go for these trade type of kills, but didn't happen. So let's see what's going to happen in game 2, because Azure Ray look extremely good. They had, 3, 5, 6, 7 deaths total on their side.
Yeah, not really that many deaths. The way that they executed that game kind of felt, I think you said this already once today during Western Europe, felt very Tundra-esque. Yeah. It was like methodical, very wearing thin of the enemy lineup, and it ended up working out pretty well. So when things start to line up that way for Azure Ray, and these guys have enough experience to make it work, you kind of wonder where this team's going to end at. Prediction-wise, I could definitely, like you said, see them making the major, but truthfully, a lineup like this, I could see them taking top 2, honestly. I don't think that really much would change there. So we're going to go to a quick break. We'll go to game number 2 afterwards, and then we'll see you in a little bit. And welcome back to the Chinese DPC. I was taking in that opening a little bit. I saw that they had somebody with a Necro book, but before I even talk about that, let's try and throw it straight into the draft. We're coming into game number 2 here of Azure Ray and Aster Ares. So I just want to jump into this one as it has been, an exciting first game back for Somnus, Blue, Chalice, FY, Tiaming, and you can see the picks coming out and about. First pick was there for Aster Ares. They go to the bounty that was banned in that first game. And then you were talking about Spirit Breaker in the first game and talking about how that was getting picked up in Western Europe. But Spirit Breaker techies, is this going to be my new FY meme? FY techies?
This is what Dota is going to look like. I think Spirit Breaker more likely going to be position 4 in this one. And Techie is going to be played as 5 because this hero, what he does so well is get the trade kills. He goes in, use sticky, stun, get another sticky maybe, then die, and your carry gets the solo XP, gets the kill. You might be able to survive, but I like the opening from Azure Ray. It does give you a lot of kill threat around the map, and also the reason why they decided to go with the Spirit Breaker. It's one of the better counters for this bounty hunter. It's called Bounty Counter. That's what Spirit Breaker is in this game.
BC, the Bounty Counter. All right. Fair enough. Now, to amp up this Bounty Counter, is it still legitimate to go for Darkseer Spirit Breaker?
You could. I did like what Tundra did yesterday or the other day. I watched too much Dota. Visage plus Spirit Breaker. This is insane combo. Does allow you to have stun in the lane, plus blood grenade. You'll get 33. He's insane guy when it comes down to theory crafting abilities, how to utilize, maximize the laning stage, damage output and stuff. Phylactery, an item that he buys an off-lane Visage, and then going back to auras works out real nicely. And now we can see Aster Ares protecting their Underlord pick, Monkey King Slark. There's also maybe Ursa, but Ursa gets banned probably later in the last banning stage, because in the lane you don't do as well. It's good for the game, but not so good for the lane. Slark's doing pretty much the same thing, but Slark can be the one getting some kills if you misplay in this lane as Underlord. Also depends who he's paired up with in the lane.
So interesting little tidbits there from Lacoste. I'm always interested to hear what you say about some of these things, but one thing that caught my ear was Phylactery. I have not bought that item yet on my characters, and who's that item for, you think? Is it very situational, or are we going to be seeing that more as more players start to build it?
I think it's a very snowbally item. The build-up wasn't as good. It still isn't, I would say. You need to save, buying point booster on a support hero is kind of meh. So I still think, sure, there has been games. I don't know. I'll mention Tundra again because I've seen Saksa play Bounty Hunter. He dominated the laning stage, managed to get Phylactery. So on every track, you get a bit of a slow, you get extra damage as well. But I'm not sure if you're going to be able to farm it up on support. So most likely going to be an off lane, very specific item for now. Might need a little bit more buff to it. Some kind of a different adjustment, I would say, because you need to buy Diadem and Point Booster, which is relatively expensive to farm 2,000 gold. For example, if you're playing support, getting drums, getting Glimmer Cape for that cost just sounds much better.
Right. So we'll see as the patch kind of grows on us all if we're going to be seeing that item a bit more or less here. Taking a lot of time on this ban for Aster Ares. They got 20 seconds left, and they'll finally go to the Storm Spirit. They do not want to give Somnus anything viable, but you've only now spent one ban on his heroes, and that can be a potential issue when you're giving Somnus his pick of the litter.
Could be a
10
problem.
seconds remaining.
For now, it's going to be
5 seconds remaining.
Azure Ray, who's going to be banning out the last hero and then picking. So
Dire team pick.
let's see. Probably just going to be an off lane hero here. They don't want to... Maybe they could show safe lane because they know the matchup, at least against the Underlord.
Oh,
Okay, so that means it's a core Spirit Breaker.
or core techies. I'm a big fan of when I'm able to do that to you. You're always like, oh, so it's core this, and then I just always
10 seconds.
follow it up with something stupid. I'm sorry.
They have FY on
Seconds
Rubik.
remaining.
It could be mid Rubik, maybe it could be mid Spirit Breaker. There do have a couple of options left, but it's one hell of a Rubik game against Bounty, mostly against Underlord, which was banned in the previous game. We already mentioned Firestorm, just a better version of it. When you're playing Rubik, better cast range, more damage to it.
So they'll take the Ember Spirit this time.
Now it's time to pick something different. I would say some kind of a lane dominator against Ember Spirit. Ember does have a couple of bad matchups. Maybe it's time to bang out some Somnus Shadow Fiend because he
Ooh.
destroys Ember in the mid lane. But then again, you could be roamed on by Bounty and Silencer. You could be held by Spirit Breaker techies, but if they want to really make this Ember Spirit life miserable, definitely down for it.
Huh. Just looking at Lanham's shirt. He's wearing a Miami Heat shirt. They're currently playing in the NBA playoffs for anybody who cares about that. But interesting. When people have shirts like that, it always catches my eye and takes me completely away from the drafted hand that I need to be talking about. The life of my brain is not a very concentrated one. So I'll get back into it. Azure Ray looking at this fourth pick, see what they want to show. I wouldn't. I mean, I guess they already know Ember's going to be against Somnus. I would say I wouldn't be surprised if they were to leave Somnus's hero for last, but you kind of want to give Lou the best options here. So you probably don't want to pick his hero yet either.
You know the matchups, so you want to save Lou because they do
For
have
last,
last pick. So you are definitely picking a mid hero here against Ember Spirit, and then have a counter pick to whatever Aster Ares picks, and you're also going to be picking
Radiant
for a lane matchup against Underlord.
Oh, no, God.
It's the other way around. I mean, they just
I love
picked
when teams do
Windranger
this.
into Ember. He dominated the matchup in the previous one. He also just picked Windranger into Underlord again.
Dire team back.
This really has to have really low win rate, I would say.
It hasn't won a game in Europe yet. I'll tell you that. And it's been picked like 4 or 5 times. So the win rate's not there. But I love this. This is very like straight out of an
10 seconds
RPG
remaining.
where it's like,
Radiant team
oh,
back.
you know, you just beat me up with this and I beat you up with that. Let me show you how it's done, kid.
Yeah, it's a
Somnus
statement for sure.
Yeah, Somnus is just like, all right, sit down. I'll show you how it's done. Be prepared to end this game to crying when you're like, how did he play Windrunner that well?
Does Aster Ares have a second academy team?
5 seconds.
They do actually. They
Okay,
have Supernova.
If Windranger now wins matchup against Ember Spirit, he's going down to
To Supernova.
yeah,
Oh no. Oh no.
getting demoted.
10
Yeah, they
seconds
are. They were in Division
5
2
seconds remaining.
last season. They came in 3rd. So maybe. I mean, I would have thought that's where White Album would have gone, but I guess not. So let's see. There's that Meepo ban.
That's a good one. They don't have the heroes against Meepo for sure. So Faceless Void.
That's an Ulu classic.
It really is. It's a lot of team fight on top of Global Silence, Firestorm. In terms of damage during the chrono, there is Firestorm, maybe Arcane Curse, Sleight of Fist. That's about it.
10 seconds.
Well, they do have decent amount of control. Techies, Spirit Breaker, Rubik, every single hero inside of Azure Ray does have a stun available.
Especially when it's going to be a core techies.
Yeah, there aren't many heroes left in the pool. If you like to carry the good ones, if you want to get something like, what was I seeing? I was seeing a hero. Yeah,
Was it Wraith King?
well, it was Wraith King. You know, playing against this Faceless Void, having a bit more damage for buildings, for sieging and stuff. I think like this Deso carry could be a thing.
You know what? I'll second that motion. I'll go with Wraith King being the final pick here for Azure. Very Lu-centric hero. Nailed it. Lone Druid. That's what we were saying the entire time.
Yeah, I was thinking about Ricky, but then again, you're playing into Bounty. It was a good Ricky game against Faceless Void and Ember. You would lose the laning stage hard to Underlord. But yeah, this is also Deso carrier, something that we mentioned. We were on to something. B-Cup, okay? Don't call us stupid yet.
You. Definitely not a we thing, but I'm glad to get some credit, like the group project in high school. So thank you. I appreciate that.
Yeah, we rise together, we fall together. So that's how it is. I don't mind after Ares draft this time around. It's going to be... I just want to see more movement around the map, because Underlord is relatively similar to Doom. Like, sure, he can join with Fiend's Gate slightly earlier. Doom wants to sit in the lane, someone else to rotate to his lane. They get a kill with Doom. But XWY, again, matchup to look for. Is Somnus going to be able to dominate the matchup? I would probably say yes, because I do like Wind Ranger in this one. Also want to see what the startup item is going to be. Last time around, it was 5 branches on XWY, 1 set of tangos. Let's see if Somnus makes some kind of a different build. Maybe throw in a circlet. Maybe get in something
Blood
different.
grenade?
Yeah, no. Not for the mid lane. You don't need it. It's all about
Can't
the
be built
stats
for mid lane.
on Universal Heroes.
Right. So we'll see. I could definitely see a lineup like this for Azure. Also, maybe even looking for a invade early on, and maybe they'll play aggressively. Let's see. Who's got a blood grenade? FY's got a blood grenade. Tiaming's got a blood grenade. And that's about it for them. And then I would assume, yeah, Bounty and Silencer. So maybe it can only be built for supports. I'm not seeing anybody going against the grain on that one yet.
Okay.
Sticky Bomb level 1, so.
Scouting things out. They do play Center Ward, so they're going to see both Bounty and Obs.
Yeah, but that's some free money right there for Red Panda.
Okay, that was a different Obs. My bad.
Beauty.
Red Panda, even more XP as well for him. Now that you get more for dewarding.
Support's just getting so much love. We were having the conversation when the changes were being made prior to this patch about how I remember the days of one courier and supports having to, basically take non-expedited shipping on their items.
You never got the chance to use courier, pretty much. DK. He's getting slowed down.
We'll shut down that Watcher as well. Goes into the Shadow Walk. And just walks away. Yeah, we were talking about the change in this in the first draft too. With the Shadow Walk change now making it a stun for at max 1.6 seconds. Definitely an interesting change to a hero like this that I would say for a while wasn't even focused on Shadow Walk too heavily in the laning phase when you were picking up bounties. But
a hero that can set
change.
things up, having like 2-second stun, hit him from Shadow Walk, go into Shadow Walk, hit him again. It's a setup for a lot of things, but I don't think Lone Druid cares too much. He's also now a universal hero, so this is why we see a bit of a different item build, starting with some branches, so that Lone Druid actually has some extra stats. And there it comes, Red Panda going through the gates.
Oh boy, so first blood there is Blue does end up dying. Bring a Red Panda over, and Red Panda's going to go right on back. So first blood and already looking good for Aster Aries, at least in that marker. But you take a look at what Somnus is already doing here to XWI. For a moment, it was 8-4 in terms of CS, but XWI holding his own at least and then bringing it back to 8-8.
Bring the bottle now on Somnus. XWI also bringing his bottle. Once you hit that level 3 on Ember Spirit, putting a second point in Slight, this is when you'll lower the cooldown by 3 seconds, and every single time it's up, you get a creep, you get harassment on Wind Ranger.
Bottom lane. They get this kill on Red Panda. Bash is coming through. Chow's going to be on this off lane Spirit Breaker, so I'm interested to see the build here on this. It's a little bit less conventional to what we've been seeing with Aura builders in terms of the hero style, I would say. You're kind of running in there. And I'm wondering what you want to be building here for the Spirit Breaker in the 3 position.
Standard stuff, I would say. Getting Shadow Blade, I think that's the core item on SB. Maybe you want to get drums if you feel like there is a need for it to have extra. It synergizes nicely. Mostly it's made from position 4, but I could see him scaling more, getting that Aghanim Scepter. For now, Chalice CSing nicely in this bottom lane. Spirit Breaker, not the typical off-lane hero. How's Lou doing? Sitting at 12-3. Mid lane has the most CS.
Red Panda taking some damage here over bottom. Fade Bolt. They just need a bash, and they'll get the kill. Chalice will get credit for that one. But under the tower, and he will die. So not exactly the trade you want to be making. We see FY in his beautiful Bleak Hallucination Rubik. This bottom lane, it is. I only mentioned it once. I didn't say go into showcase mode and show it off for me, please. I'd love that. But
it does look nice, though.
Grabs
if you
a
haven't
nice
said it,
Lotus,
I
too.
wouldn't even see it because I'm focused on the gameplay. No,
So am I. If he changes the gameplay. He's getting a lot of bashes. Right now, feeling like 17% might be a little bit higher.
This is RNG lane, but it should be Chalice favored. He was the one who played for RNG.
All right. Oh, mid. Somnus taking some damage. Arcane Curse, last word, but not enough to get that kill just yet. FY came over. They have another support rotating over in TK, and he's sitting under the Water Rune for the moment. So this is going to be both Water Runes controlled here by Aster Aries.
Somnus, 9 stick charges should be okay, but TK might be able to snipe him. Let's see.
Needs to really worry about his movements. Uh-oh. TK. Janata. Not enough damage.
Needed another stun.
Boy.
Yeah. Maybe level 3 to have a point in Shuriken Toss. So 3 heroes against Somnus on the mid lane. They tried to gank him. They understand that they need to help XWY last time around. This mid matchup kind of exploded.
It's kind of similar right now. We saw XWY walk back as Windrunner in their game when he was on the Windrunner, so it is kind of sitting in that similar territory. At least in the mid matchup. Chalice here might be in trouble. Actually, FY might be the one who's in trouble. TK is in on this. Charge coming all the way through. Last word, Arcane Curse on FY. What can he really produce here in terms of damage? Just some right clicks, a bash from Chalice. Now the telekinesis as he dies.
Here comes Techies.
Chalice still trying to fight this, and they've got the blast off coming through from TMing and a miss on that blood grenade, I believe.
TK will be fine. Level 2 bounty. About to crack level 3. Not the highest level. Runes are spawning in a minute and 20 seconds, so he might be the one invading the enemy XP rune and try to snatch it. One of the better heroes to do so.
Now, control of those wisdom runes is quite important. FY coming around once again, as XWY is level 6, and that is before the Windrunner, which is the exact scenario we were seeing before, and he's going to pick up an Invis rune. TK, though, with the Sun off the Shadow Walk, and you've got this sticky bomb that will explode on TK, and the blast off avoided by XWY with the Remnant. They get the kill on the FY, and this Ember kind of emulating what Somnus did with it in the first game.
Oh, not too bad for XWY. I mean, the team is playing around him, which is really nice. Both supports rotating second time, 6 minutes into the game. But this also opens up the side lanes for both Underlord. He did manage to finish off Vanguard. Blue is also getting the farm. Chalice, bottom, needs to be careful. There is Chrono available.
Last word's gonna pop, and TK, he might just get this Shadow Walk stun into a Chrono, and that's exactly what he's gonna do. A well-placed Chrono by Uu, truthfully, to not even hit TK, who's right on top of him after hitting him with the Shadow Walk.
That's nicely done. You want to be using this first Chrono to get a kill, get it like a secured kill. We've seen Faceless Voids being active, trying to like TP mid, maybe set things up. No points in Searing Chains. We'll be able to TP out Bounty because he was making this move on bottom lane, unable to invade enemy outpost and steal the XP rune.
So 1k net worth lead for Aster Ares. Uh-oh. Courier. Oh, boy. Well, that'll happen. And you've got a bounty hunter in the game. Expect him to hunt.
Balance in all things. TK knows exactly that there is a ward on the high ground. We'll deward it. Someone needs to bring sentries. Red Panda does not have available, and TK Courier is dead, so won't be able to get one.
Last word again. Charge coming through into TK. He might want to be careful, especially with TMN coming over with a haste rune. Charge lands, and the Fiend's Gate going to be dropped down and try and get a kill here for the side of Aster Ares on the FY, and just hitting that slight. We'll take out that Rubik, but the blast off landing on a Red Panda. And again, now Somnus coming in. They've got another charge from Chalice and another kill here for the Spirit Breaker. He's moving real fast.
Level 6. This is the hero that got buffed in the C version. Cooldown decreased like level 1 on Nether Strike. Minus 20 seconds. I mean, 20 seconds on all levels, to be more precise. Damage got increased. Charge of Darkness, mana cost decreased. A lot of small buffs for Spirit Breaker, and I think this hero is very viable right now. So, Azure Ray mimicking the movement. What Aster Ares has been doing on this mid lane. Playing around Somnus, refilling his bottles, trying to secure some kills for him.
And they want to try and get him involved. He's 0-0-1, so he hasn't died just yet. But we'll see when Somnus can kind of start moving around a little bit more freely. Ooh's got Chrono in 10 seconds. Oh, might want to be careful with the way they position there, but Fiend's Gate is on cooldown, so you'll have no addition of an Underword with the Chrono if it's used immediately. They brought 4 heroes down here over bottom.
He's trying to set things up.
Ooh. Like I said, he's got Chrono, charge. Now he's hit. Time dilation. They'll TP in the Underlord. And not really get anything done with all these rotations coming in from Aster Ares.
They can move around the map. XWY still has Remnant in the bottom lane. And Underlord will go through the gates. Gotta be more specific. We'll go through Twin Gates. Does have Fiend's Gate available.
So many gates. And power shot, sticky bomb. Red Panda's gonna die there to FY. And they get themselves another kill onto a support as XWY comes in. And he's, well, gonna be hit by the Shackle Shot. Telekinesis has a Remnant away, but how far away? Not far enough just yet. Sleight of Fist, once again, the Chrono on a 2. They're gonna use the Fiend's Gate. And they'll bring over TK. They don't have the damage quite yet to get the kill on a Somnus. They'll put down Pit of Malice to lock up 3 and kill off Somnus. They'll take out TM Ming. And this rotation right now going really well for Astro Ares. The Nether Strike out of TK still doesn't have the damage, but still trying to chase him down. Arcane Curse, Firestorm on him, and Chalice falls too.
Ooh, the spell usage there from Azure Ray. Tian Ming not using the blast onto Ember Spirit after Shackle. I guess he was not expecting the Shackle to last like 1.6 seconds. I see that some players still do struggle, myself included, with the duration of the stuns. Because before reduction, this was a 2-second stun. And then you had like Rubik's Lift as well, which has been nerfed. So that's like losing 0.4, 0.5 seconds of stun.
FY again backing off. Pit of Malice. That's going to be put on to TM Ming. That was meant for Chalice to get the kill on a TK. And that is killed by another 2-letter name in FY.
Right now, Azure Ray's lineup, it feels like they lack damage. Rubik just got level 6, still needs to steal something. Techies is also level 5. Your Wind Ranger's not having that good of a time in the game, needs like items.
Who does on a TK? Nether Strike, he just TP'd in. And that is a quick death. And they got to get out because XWY, he's got a double damage. Chalice on the run, but here comes Somnus.
Dodges it.
Missing. Oh, dodges it. Time walking. Doesn't have a chrono, but they've got the global silence. That means Somnus is in trouble again. XWY dominating, looking for another kill. And right click, reactive taser. He may not be able to hit him if he waits too long. And a telekinesis is Arcane Curse. Seeds of Serenity healing up a little bit, and the Sleight of Fist misses.
Pavis making a difference there. Seeds of Serenity as well dropped from FY, making some big plays, saving his position 5. But yeah, this is something that I just mentioned. They don't have enough damage. Like, they definitely need items. Luz still needs to finish off his big item. That's Deso. We're talking about Spirit Breaker opted to go for Vanguard, so it doesn't have Shadow Blade available. Can't really move across the map. Invis, get stuff done, have that little bit of extra damage. So might need to play for slightly later timing. I think once they finish off these items, they could try to look for a fight. Maybe turn it into Roche. Roche doesn't go down that easily, so you will need probably to use Focus Fire.
So they're opening up time for Lu, but are they losing too much while doing so?
I think they just need to choose fights more carefully.
Charge.
Fiend's Gate immediately.
Blast off. Fiend's Gate and the Nether Strike. Ooh, now with the time dilation, Time Walk over, and Pit of Malice locking down Chalice. They've brought TK in. They've got the track, and Chalice trying to run. These bashes starting to really stack up as TK gets the kill onto the Spirit Breaker. And the gold will start to really flow if they can get more kills like that. Oh boy. And they're going to get another. Yeah. Track again. Some more gold with the Janata. And eventually, well, they will lose this bounty, or lose this techies to the bounty.
Astro Ares making some nice plays across the map. They do have a bit of a global presence, so if they try to make some kind of a play, they could be Global Silence, Fiend's Gate, he shows up with Crimson Guard, maybe Ember Spirit, like with random Remnant. So Azure Ray gonna have a hard time taking the fights, I would say, for the next good 5 to 10 minutes.
So I'll reconvene with you when we hit that 25-minute mark. See if your predictions roll true.
Write it down. Put it
Write
in the
it
alarm.
down.
There's
Notepad. Yeah, the alarm next to all my new alarms.
yeah.
Wisdom Rune, Stacking, Roche, Tormentor.
Way
Yeah,
too
there
many
are a lot of
those.
alarms on there. Telling you, if somebody makes a companion app, tells me about it, I would use it.
That's it.
This was
Okay.
a big, yeah, I was just going to say, Firestorm. That's the big one to
My
steal,
bad.
right?
I forgot about the spell. I've been praising it 2 games in a row. And now we finally have it. This gives you damage that you need. Like, now you don't lack damage. I'm not even kidding. This is with only level 1
Fiend's
Arcane
Gate?
Supremacy. Another Fiend's Gate rotation.
Yeah, Chalice again up here in the top lane, and he's got nowhere to go. Another kill and more track build going the way of Aster Ares, and some Lotuses for XWY. Global Silence is going to get used. Bottom lane, they're going in and trying to drop down the Firestorm. It's interesting to try and differentiate the two. You get the kill on TMing. Now they're going to look over at Lu. They'll end up losing Red Panda, the Shackle, though, and the Fear. Can they get the kill? The time walk away from Ulu. As Shanxi just walks away as well. These heroes just skirting with some of their life.
Hit Shanxi with that power shot, but super tanky on Underlord. Extra regen, having a cloak. Should be able to get this tower nonetheless. The amount of control that they have, like these stuns are still not maxed out. It was level 1 shackle shot, level 1 telekinesis, 2 points in blast off techies. Tianming a bit under-leveled after picking up Wisdom Runes 17 minutes into the game, only level 7.
Yeah, kind of not really finding that experience. You look at both Bounty and Silencer, they're about to hit level 9. So Somnus tracked up for the moment.
You could have said that they're level 8, but instead said almost level 9 to make it look even bigger of a difference. I like it.
Choose my words wisely.
Yeah. Sneaky.
Trying to be a wordsmith over here.
I don't know. Thanks for backing me up. So let's check the items. There's going to be I think Gleipnir is going to be the big one, holding Ember Spirit and also Void Spirit. Both of these cores inside of Aster Ares opting to get some status resistance. One going for SNY, other one going for Kaya Sanj. So we'll have status resistance. They understand that these spells are not lasting as long, FY. Or gets
escapes
stunned.
to the other side of the Twin Gate.
Is he gonna follow him?
They're coming through. Yeah, at least TK followed him through, and now they've got the dust on him. So he's got to scurry into the trees while they're trying to take Roche with the Deso Mask of Madness on that bear. Oh, Twin Gate again. XWY. Oh, and the Shuriken getting tossed. They dust again, and it hits TK again. They see that the sticky bomb was there and connecting, but these heroes, are they going to be able to get anything done? They'll look for the Nether Strike. They go to the Global Silence, but they've got themselves the root with the round of Atos on Ulu. Searing Chains, it's on Chalice. He's getting low, trying to survive. They'll get the kill there, at least on a 1. Blast off the damage. Ulu! He time walks away. He's going to skirt out just barely again. These heroes continue to do that on the side of Aster Ares as they look over at Lu, who's throwing out some right clicks onto the Underlord, the tankiest hero of the bunch. They finally get themselves a kill with the Chronosphere. Laid down, but now running. Yeah, I'm not sure about that one. XWY, he's silenced up. He's killed off. That's 2 heroes dead on the side of Aster Ares as TK staying over to the side. Power shot finishes off Red Panda. The Seeds of Serenity are not enough to keep FY alive, and it ends up being a 3 for 2.
Every single fight, they need like an extra half a second of lockdown to kill this Faceless Void. Not enough damage, getting the tankiness from Occult Bracelet. Extra 10 magic resistance, 4 stats, actually making a difference, keeping him alive in a lot of these fights. Let's see what TK can do. Azure Ray, they know that if there's no Chrono, if there's no Global Silence, they could be taking these fights. But again, Roshan is much stronger. Somnus popping the Focus Fire, trying to bring it down.
Shanxy's here. They dust looking out for TK. Charge to the backlines. That's going to go through Shanxi, off to the other 2. Telekinesis on a Red Panda, but they're going to bring in the Ember Spirit, who's going to blink over, get the Searing Chains on FY. FY is going to be killed off. They'll take the Rubik to start this one off. Now the Root, it's on to Shanxi. The blast off hits. Oh, Ulu! Again, surviving with the Time Walk. How does he continue to do it? They got the kill on Ulu. They look over now at this Techies, and the damage from Somnus is just not being felt. They'll take out 3 on Azure Ray. Ulu now Time Walking across him. They've got the Silence. They'll have the Pit of Malice. They've got the control. The Time Walk is available if they want to chase Chalice, but I don't even know if they need to. They get the kill there. They'll take the Aegis away from the hands of Somnus. Round of Atos once again. Ooh, the Time Walk now away. Janata hits. The damage is there. And Somnus will end up dead. It's a full team wipe for the side of Aster Ares.
These are all track kills. They got 5,000 gold from the previous fight. Man, things are going to get even more difficult now that Fifth Void finished off Kaya Sanj. It was such a beautiful charge through 3 of them. Stolen Firestorm. But Bounty, he's the one killing Rubik. Same goes for XWY. They know that Rubik is the hero that deals a ton of damage. And I also think there's going to be like charge or a bash that's going to move away people from Power Shot. He gets another Time Walk. This is getting ridiculous at this point. Let's see. Yeah. I think he dies there. I'm not sure if he had Flame Guard on, but with that Power Shot, almost 500 damage coming out from it, should be enough, I believe. And then Pit of Malice means no charge is going to be available. But what a fight from Aster Ares. Again, they're going to have Global Silence available, Chronosphere as well for the next fight.
That is rough for Azure, and well, they're trying to get a BKB on Somnus. Lou died in that fight. He's looking at a nullifier. I just don't know if it'll be enough. Ooh, so many times close to dead. They'll find Lou, and they've got the silence on him thanks to the global, but now back into the Fiend's Gate they go to leave these heroes alone and go back towards mid. And that's something you can do with TK running around as this bounty, right? You just drop down a Fiend's Gate and go. But Somnus now, he's in trouble as they came back through the Fiend's Gate and they're back towards where these heroes are staying. Pit of Malice and the charge, it's coming through, but it's not going to be nearly in time. He'll actually stop it over mid. Searing Chains lands on a Chalice. He goes into the Shadow Blade, but again, the damage and the split from Azure is costing them.
It's still not there. Also, looking at TK, he's so far on this bounty. Manages to get Yule Scepter. Great against charge. Great against Bulldoze. Wind Ranger, stopping techies from getting in. Great pickup from TK. Also, having something to stop TP with if he initiates with the Shadow Walk, for example.
Now they've been using that combo, Shadow Walk, Fiend's Gate. Stack getting taken there by the supports. There's still an Ancient stack around. They're going to charge. It's going to be deep towards Ulu, but is he too far away from his team? Yules, like you said, big pickup. Gleipnir picked and thrown over towards Red Panda. Blastoff's not going to land, but they could kill on the Red Panda anyway. So they at least get one. They've dusted up TK. They still want to go and chase, but they're silenced on Chalice. They've got the Nether Strike. That'll keep them towards the Bear. Bear disarmed for the moment, and they can't keep the vision on him as the dust wears out.
It works on
Gleipnir again
now.
And they've got the track to have the Sleight of Fist. They need to be careful. Chalice is low. The Chrono on a 2. But do they have the damage again? Ooh, bailing for the Chrono for a second. They go to the Pit of Malice. They're trying to get the kill on Somnus. They look over at FY. The right click with the Maelstrom is more than enough damage with the time dilation slowing him up. And FY, he'll stand his ground as he knows he's dead. 2 heroes dead again on the side of Azure Ray as they'll be feared away thanks to the Bear. But I don't think that's far enough. Blink into the Searing Chains with the Fiend's Gate behind him. Blast off in. Yule's up into the air once again. TK, he's getting low, but they've got the track onto the techies. They'll get the Bear at least as Lou's trying to run. And TK still, even though he's under dust, is able to survive. And it doesn't look like techies gets out of this one, but just barely surviving because TK a little bit too scared to go back in. And they still want Lou. This fight's not even over. The Bear respawned. And Ulu is over there, looking to maybe get the damage out. And he's got some help from XWY and Shang-Chi.
And Ulu managed to survive, like, not even kidding, 7-8 times as Faceless Void. Everything started with him. There's Global
Silence, but the damage, charge coming in. Silence in the Arcane Curse. Somnus, I think he just drops one more time. I don't even think he has a chance to get out of this one. The blast off lands on a bunch of heroes. They've got the Stolen Pit of Malice. They get the kill on the techies. That's 2 heroes dead, but the Bear starting to do work here onto the Underlord.
Spirit Breaker.
Arcane Curse,
Ulti.
last word. Lou in some trouble. They get the kill there onto Ulu. They will take out the Faceless Void. They'll follow it up with a kill onto the Underlord. Shang-Chi not this time, but a Pit of Malice dropped down right on top of the Ember, who's going to remnant away and come back in.
Oh,
but
no.
Red Panda falls, and they've stolen the remnants. They get the kill on Lou, though, and Chalice, as well as FY, trying to make it happen, trying to get a full team wipe, as there's another
Blink.
slight, and the blink from XWY.
Oh, wow, what a play.
GP and away. Wow.
Yeah, he picked that Blink Dagger up a long time ago, but in the end, they do manage to get the kill finally on Faceless Void, who is worth a lot of gold, and he, like, some good Rubik steals in this game. First the Firestorm, then Pit of Malice, and then stealing Fire Remnants. We'll have a little bit more protection against the Global Silence, something that Windranger was really struggling with. Like, he uses Focus Fire, immediate Global Silence, doesn't have that BKB available for a Dispel. Great. 3-4-man stun from Techies. He dies off immediately, manages to get 1 kill. Like, this Faceless Void was... I'm not going to say that he's lucky, because he's been playing really amazing, but on side of Azure Ray, it definitely feels like they needed one hero to be there with the stun, with the any kind of a control to be able to kill him multiple times, and the game did snowball heavily because of it.
It was a 10K lead for Aster Ares for a split second, now back down to 6,000.
Yeah, and XWI, look at him using Slight to get his Blink Dagger back online. Now setting things up on
Techies.
Techies.
Charge all the way in, hits on a 3, but they've got the Fiend's Gate coming in again. Chalice just needs to bail on the situation. Ming ends up dead. Chalice still running. Oh.
That should help.
Gosh, they were right on his tail.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Let's see what we're going to get on the Spirit Breaker. Octarine Core. Okay.
Disassemble that Vanguard. Just a good build-up. You have 2 components out of 6 already. One is really cheap. It's just a recipe, 200 gold. But I do love what Ulu is doing on his Faceless Void. Disassembled SNY, got Manta Style instead for the spell.
Yules.
And also Heaven's Halberd against Windranger, against the Bear. One of the better pickups.
Ulu needs to be careful. They've got a charge coming in. They also have themselves Ming, who's going to be TPing over, but that's going to be the Chrono down. They're actually going to stop the TP as well as the charge. They stole the Chrono, but that's not going to be worth much if Ulu's going to be able to fight it. They get the kill on Somnus. They lose the Global Silence. And with the BKB pop by Chalice, he's walking away. Roche up in a minute. Looked like it was about to set up well for Azure Ray, but that Chrono is zoning them out enough.
Also, time dilation has been causing a lot of issues, not being able to get multiple rounds of spells in a team fight, mostly for Windranger. He desperately needs that BKB. Sure, he deals a ton of damage, but needs a BKB against Heaven's Halberd, against Global Silence, Pit of Malice, you name it.
And Almost has the BKB, but Almost is actually just 1,300 gold away. He really needs to find that gold and pick it up, but you could see it's compared to XWY, he's about 3K behind the matchup, and that's been a bit of an issue. Chalice charging towards top, trying to save the Techies. They've got the disarm thanks to the reactive taser and the Chrono that was stolen. It locks up everybody.
Done by FY.
But it locks down enough to get the shackle out on the XWY, to get the kill there out of the Ember. They'll look over at TK. They've got themselves a second, but they end up losing the Techies, as I believe that Shuriken did toss its way all the way over to Ming.
Beautifully done by FY. This is why he was called the Rubik God, being able to set things up for the team, getting a big kill. How much gold was that? That was 600 gold for Lu and 800 for the team. So a lot of gold on their side, extra 2,000. And they're going to go for Roshan one more time. I don't think they can do it. Double buyback.
Immediately, they want to go in for this. They don't have Chrono at the moment from Ulu, but Ulu's going to time walk over, and the BKB's been popped by Chalice. Chalice charging forward, but now he's been tracked. Time walk again. Ulu waiting for his moment, but 35 seconds without this Chronosphere. Do they have the control to get this kill? They're going to go to the Lotus Orb on a Chalice and bounce back that track. It's now on the Bounty Hunter, who's forced to Yules himself to purge that off. Root on to Ulu, who will pop that time dilation as the rest of Azure Ray start to run away.
They want to go in and finish off this Roche. They know that they just bought back on 2 heroes, XWY. Oh, Roshan, he's moving. He's going through the gate. Oh, no.
Uh-oh. Get out of my way, folks. I'm going home.
It's going to give them a little bit of extra. Somnus still needs another 400 gold to finish off his BKB. Let's see if he can find enough farm before Roshan dies. He's trying to get it.
It's not exactly that quick if they start to bail from the pit. This is what we saw in game number 1.
We see it quite often where people don't realize how much stronger Roshan is.
Chalice has BKB in 23 seconds. He might want to wait on being in the front lines for this one, as they've been starting to check it out. They've got a good ward placed here, and they see Ulu time walking into the pit. It's a very, very good ward. Dashes. Piling on. Lose Bear walks in, sees him in the pit. So he'll bail, thinking about that Pit of Malice. But again, I really like this ward. It spots exactly where Shang-Chi is and can kind of get vision of everybody who's going out of the pit from the top end up.
Also planting some mines near the Lotus Pool if they decide to chase them. Firestorm is stolen.
They stole Firestorm.
That's a big one again.
Ooh.
Somnus wants desperately his BKB. He just farmed a small camp. I would go to Secret Shop, sold my magic wand, and buy a BKB.
Charge in. Look at the damage. Now they go to the Chrono, but it's only going to be on a Chalice. They've got the silence on an FY, but he's got the telekinesis to keep Chalice alive. At least for now, with the BKB being popped, he's trying to run away, but the bash is coming through, and Chalice being controlled. They get the kill there onto the Spirit Breaker, but the Shackle Shadow lens on XWI as well as TK. They get the kill on a Chalice, and he'll buy back. So they bring one back into the fight. He's able to get there pretty quickly with the charge, but they'll use the fear to stop the TP from Shang-Chi. The Pit of Malice is down, but do they have the control, the extra control they need to help Blue get out of this one? They get the kill on the Red Panda. They end up losing the techies, so it's a little bit of a trade, but the Nullifier thrown over as well as the Shackle Shot connecting onto Shang-Chi. That's a dead Underlord. 2 heroes gone on the side of Aster Ares, and, well, they buy back on one, and he does have Fiend's Gate.
They don't have their abilities online. They do not have Chronosphere. No Global Silence available.
Time walk in. Pit of Malice. That was stolen. Oh, no. Ooh. Oh my! He buys back, and he's going to have the Fiend's Gate come back into the fight. Lou's going to be a little bit low. They've got the Lotus Orb. They're going to have the track down over onto this Wound Druid as the bombs are starting to explode. They have the damage to get the kill there on a Lu. Pit of Malice unable to save him, and Roche sitting with a little bit of health, and nobody here from the side of Azure Ray anymore.
They bought back on 5 heroes on their side in the last 2-3 minutes, but this will secure them. Roche, no one's in vicinity to be able to steal it. It's still a W for Azure Ray, I would say.
TK.
Yeah, he's gonna die in the end. That was a bit of maniac move there from Ulu, jumping in. I'm not sure if he was unaware of stolen Pit of Malice because he already used it on Underlord, so kind of showed it. And they do have enough to bring him down from 100 to 0 right now. 3k gold lead now for Aster Ares. Items are starting to come out more efficiently on Wind Ranger, going into MKB next. Wants to deal with those 2 Heaven's Halberd, the best chance, maximize the damage output.
They have a bit of a win condition as well, right? Like, they've fought back on a lot of these heroes. So, like, even with the Aegis, you start to pick up these heroes one after the next. You can start to put this game to favor you if you're the side of Azure Ray. That is a big issue, and you probably got to play a little bit more conservatively if you're the side of Aster Ares, but that allows Azure Ray to get themselves the Tormentor and to farm up that item on Windrunner, who now not only is the BKB, but relatively getting there at an MKB.
Okay, we need to slow down. We'll get there eventually, but yeah, you see one component's like, it's done. Shard has been given to Rubik by Tormentor, so that's going to be a saving tool.
Oh,
Spirit Breaker, going on a mission.
So now a 2k lead. What's the bear got on him now? Going for a BKB. He's got that AC, and he's got 20 charges on the Desolator, so it's at max.
Also, Nullifier, a big pickup, especially against Crimson Guard, Flame Guard, pretty much all the guards out there. And also unable to use these saving items, Double Force Staff on supports, Yule Scepter, Medallion will get dispelled. All of these buffs, Nullifier, just really good item right now. Much cheaper compared to the previous versions, ever since we nerfed the amount of gold you need to buy Sacred Relic.
want to say, by the way, they got the shard on TK, so he can now make somebody invisible. And with the amount of times that U's kind of skirted in these fights with a sliver of health, I find that might be a little bit more of help for that.
Yeah, FY is holding the gem. So they might be able to see him.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Still anyone's game to take. Like 5 buybacks used in the span of 3 minutes, 30 minutes into the game from Aster Ares. They're not afraid to use it. This could be something that we're definitely going to mention at the end of the game, depending how the game swings. If they do manage to win the game, we're going to praise it. If they lose, we're going to flame it.
Well, to a certain point, but yes. I've learned to set my flames to low. I don't want to be the Human Torch. TMing, getting all the way back to base. Somnus, like I said, he's getting close to the MKB. 1050 away. And Octarine Core, not as close as maybe they would have liked. Meanwhile, Lou, Pit of Malice, he is caught out. That's a problem bottom. And he's got the fear, trying to run. Sleight of Fist, Searing Chains, TK, making sure they get the gold with the track. Lou's got some survivability on him, and they'll get the kill there on a Lou. Ooh, get credit for that one.
Not really a place to be, considering that they have Bounty to set things up, potential Remnant, Fiend's Gate to go on top of them, so can't really play this type of a game. You don't want to go for a split push. It's
Radiant's top tower is
easily,
under attack.
it's going to easily get punished. And Ranger, about to finish off that MKB you were talking about, just 200 gold away. Spirit Breaker does have Octarine Core available. Disassemble that Vanguard. Going back to bottom lane.
Dire's middle
Setting up mid, no Lou for 40 seconds. And with no lone druid, there is not a lot
How come we didn't think
that
of this
Azure
one?
can bear.
Lone Druid.
Dire's middle tower.
He's the one who's playing it.
is under attack.
Speak up, are you here? Hello?
I can't laugh at yours all the time. I had to leave you hanging one time.
I know.
It's the last time I'll ever do it.
Hex getting closer and closer for Underlord. Just
Been killed.
slightly more than 1,000 gold away from it, but will give them another layer of control.
Ooh, Octarine Core, okay. There it is. So, 4K lead, what are you thinking right now in this game?
Depends on the execution. If this Chrono doesn't catch 2 heroes, right now there's 1 buyback on side of Azure Ray. That's Techies. Ruby's getting 1 shortly. Other heroes are not going to have it. That's one way to counter the Chronosphere type of a play, where you just buy back, you die, you come back into the fight. But I could see this swinging to Azure Ray. If they're the ones that can save, if Windranger's not caught inside of the Chronosphere, I think they have very high chance of winning a team fight.
So positioning is going to be key, which is something I feel like we say a lot. We'll see who will be the ones who will make the move, because this game certainly slowed down when the Aegis was picked up and nobody else had buyback on the side of Aster Ares. They need to be a little bit more careful with their movements at that point. Buybacks are starting to come back up, though, in terms of timing. Who has his in 22 seconds, Underlord in 5, 20 seconds on the Silencer, which is something you always want on Silencer, right? At and Global. If you die before Global, buyback Global.
Yeah, always have this type of a play, but he is investing the gold, buying Vlads to make them even more tanky, give them a little bit more damage, lifesteal as well. Let's see. Zoray, double Lotus Orb. They're going to throw one onto Lucky. This is the name of the bear. Let's see if he's going to be... Maybe he named him Lucky because he was getting roots all the time.
Need to have a little bit of your spoken luck to get some luck. They're towards the outer ring of this this map, this bottom area
Radiant are scanning.
near the well. That is just kind of in the middle of that area, if you see it.
Well, what well are we talking about?
It's the one right under the camp in the middle of this outer ring.
Not
to
even
the
our
left of-
observer can find what you're
To
talking
the
about.
left of Somnus. Left of Somnus, a little bit further. You're
Okay,
almost
there's the
there.
well. Okay.
Yeah, you see it? There you go.
You didn't describe it well. That's that's why. Fiend's Gate.
Oh,
Radiant's courier has been killed.
Fiend's Gate. Fiend's Gate is some horror movie stuff. Shanxi trying to go in. They're going to find themselves their attention on the FY, but the right-click damage coming in from Somnus on the Shanxi. He's able to heal up for just a moment, but they've got the nullifier on him as well as the bear. But they still don't have the damage with the Yules used. The Chrono's going to be down, but do they have anything more to follow it up? Techie's getting low, but he's not dead. The charge comes in with a nullifier on XWI as well as the Nether Strike. They get the kill on him and Red Panda. They find TK. 3 heroes gone immediately on Aster Ares. There's a buyback from FY. He's back into the fight.
Somnus
And
heavily
goes
committed
really well for Azure Ray.
on with Wind Ranger, focus fire on Underlord. You can see that he's struggling dealing the damage. He pops the cheese. Then with the nullifier removing the Crimson Guard, things are getting slightly easier. Now with no chrono down, Azure Ray, they don't rely on any cooldowns whatsoever. They can keep fighting all the time. FY steals another Firestorm.
He knows what he wants. He knows what the team needs for him.
Wind Ranger dealt 6,000 damage in the previous fight to Underlord. Didn't kill him.
Yeah, he ate the cheese and then he was able to escape thanks to the Yules from TK. Going
Roshan
towards Roche.
is
who
available
station bottom.
on Radiant side. This is going to be Aghanim Scepter. I saw Wind Ranger trying to go for one, but I think he wants to get it for free. He knows that it's Aghanim Scepter, it's on Radiant side. So we'll just decide to pick up something else. Or is he... No, he's actually delivering the full Ags on the courier. Never mind.
So are they just going to give it to Lou, I would assume?
Is there a better pickup?
None of the drawbacks.
They're still thinking. Tian Ming.
It's on techies at the moment, but I'm not a huge fan of the minefield sign.
They could give it to Rubik. I feel like maybe Rubik is a better one, having 2 abilities that you can use, so you can like just become a better Underlord. You get Firestorm, you get Pit of Malice. These
Yeah,
are
I
the
gave
2
it to him.
abilities that you want to steal probably in the team fight anyway.
I was going to say minefield sign would basically mean if you were able to place it down, it stops them from moving. It's a pretty solid spell with an AoE where, you know, the only way to avoid it is to not move, but I like it on this Rubik. He's now going to just steal a second spell. And it's a 10k lead here for Azure Ray. They're pushing top.
Radiant's top tower is under attack. Radiant's top
Look
tower
at maybe
is
even going up onto the high ground.
Penta Edge on Lucky. That's the bear we're talking about. Sitting at 200 damage per hit. Has Mask of Madness, Nullifier available. Also DD just spawned. So Wind Ranger will be picking that one up, holding on to Aegis, and also Wind Run. That's a relatively new Aghanim Scepter on Wind Ranger. Reduces physical damage taken during the Wind Run. You get
There's just casually a
invisibility.
gem on the ground.
And it's
Yeah.
50% slow. Yeah, they're going to pick it up.
under attack.
So that's Tia Ming's gem that FY was holding where he died.
Has fallen.
The guy put in the trees and nobody could find it until that charge.
Even themselves kind of struggled finding that gem afterwards.
Well hidden, truthfully.
That's what I do in my house. I hide things from my son. I'm
gems?
gonna no. I'm just gonna hide things. Put it here. No one's gonna find it. You know, some stuff that I don't want others to touch. You know, having some nice candies, and then and then you can't find them yourself, or you find them when the date expires
Tower is under attack.
because you hit them.
You know,
too
this sounds
well.
awfully a lot like my dog. Hides the bone and, you know, puts it in the yard, can't find it, then checks the expiration date. It's similar tendencies. Tormentor up. They could probably take it pretty quickly here on the side of Azure.
They will steal the Tormentor.
Oh.
Let's see who's missing. Techies doesn't have one. They're gonna
Oh,
give it to
Spirit
Spirit.
Breaker.
I mean, they can't really choose, but
A planar pocket.
It got
That
buffed.
sounds like a Magic the Gathering spell.
Yeah, self magic resistance buffed to 75%. It's still very awkward ability. It feels like it, but Spirit Breaker, he's massive. Chalice, Yashakaya, Ninja Gear means more move speed, Yule Scepter, and going into Wind Waker. This is kind of a build that Collapse pioneered on the offlane Spirit Breaker, and he's about to crack level 25.
Do you want to see planar pocket in activation here? Blue taking the top set of racks while they're pushing mid with the rest of the team. Time walk in, global silence, right clicks. They don't have an Aegis on Lu, and they killed him very quickly. They didn't even need to use Chronosphere for that one.
That was fast.
Yeah, that was instantly.
Definitely didn't feel like he's tanky at all. Faceless Void. Oh, Chalice.
Charge? Chalice? FY, he is going to be hit with that Remnant right on top of him, so Son is trying to put up the damage. They've got the Nether Strike and the right clicks, but the Chrono on the edge is Somnus. Over to the side, the blast off, it lands! Oh, right on the XWY. Well placed by the Techies. They get the kill to Chalice, though. They look over at TM Ming and take him out. The stolen Chrono FY again! A three-man Chrono, and that might even be able to save Somnus, but the damage coming in, the Pit of Malice, the telekinesis to throw him the other way. Oh, he's still on the high ground. Yule's up into the air. The buyback comes out from Chalice as well as TM Ming, but Somnus is going to lose the Aegis here. It's just the Aegis. Now XWY, he's bought back. He goes after FY. The blast off again. That's going to be on XWY as well as Ooh. They've got the Pit of Malice down. TK low. Lotus Orb on a TM Ming. They get the kill there on the Techies. He bought back. Azure, Ray, they are losing heroes a lot, and Somnus, tracked and running. They got the kill on Ulu. But the blink forward, the Sight of Fist, the Searing Chains, the kill there on the Somnus. They'll take out the Windrunner. They'll look over at Chalice, the Silence, as well as the Control. They've got the Spirit Vessel. Yule's up into the air. Firestorm down on top of him. Searing Chains and a full team wipe with no buybacks available for Azure Ray, but with no Faceless Void. And they don't know that they don't have these buybacks for some of these heroes.
That's
I don't know if they can push for it.
That's a lot. 8,000 damage dealt by Faceless Void, same amount of damage from Windranger. Like, he was the one holding the Aegis. Also, this fight was without Lu, so no Lone Druid was available, which means that a lot of damage is taken out. And FY with stolen Chronosphere, holding that Aghanim Scepter means you can have multiple abilities available. So, buyback was committed by XWY in this fight to get something done, and now they're going onto the high ground. In terms of buybacks, you said there aren't any available.
Middle tower is under attack.
They didn't use it on Somnus, and they didn't use it on FY, so the assumption, you're not buying back on you got to assume that these heroes have buybacks on the side of Azure Ray, but they're going to find out soon enough that that's not the case.
Radiant's middle tower.
Taking a look at this fight again, and it's just, it was a back and forth
It really
endeavor.
was. And Windrun finally hits level 25, decides to pick up Windrun is not dispellable talent. In terms of things that can dispel it, there is Yule Scepter. There is no Nullifier on their side. I do like the other talent as well. Focus Fire, kills advanced, so like just lowers the cooldown by 20 seconds. It's kind of poorly written. So you have it pretty much all the time. You get a kill for 10 seconds. You don't even need to get the last hit. It's just the target that is being focused fire. It removes 20 seconds on the cooldown. Again, it's anyone's game to take. Lu needs to be slightly more careful how he approaches it. For now, going to be in true form. Because last time when he wasn't, felt like Crystal Maiden more than Spirit Bear, the bear himself.
So now this game's sitting back towards 50-50. And, all things considered for Azure Ray, they only lost half a racks with no buybacks available on the squad.
Not too bad. Without Faceless Void, it's kind of hard to tell at this point of the game whether they do have or don't have buybacks. So they kind of went to the high ground, trying to force it. Buybacks are coming online. There is one available on Lu.
And Ulu.
Somna still doesn't have one, needs 500 gold, but will be able to farm it. How's Roshan looking at? Minute and 30 seconds, which means he's going to be spawning on Radiant side.
So another Ag's Blessing, potentially. Ooh. Gosh, Techies. He's got Guardian Greaves.
Lotus Orb, Glimmer Cape, can't hide himself.
Barracks are under attack.
Wow.
Someone needs to defend these barracks.
And it'll be XWY. And they are sitting down here for Aster Aries down towards where Roche is going to be. They're trying to wait up and time this right.
Interesting build from XWY. Going for Heart. I don't think I've ever seen this being built on Ember Spirit. Wants to survive a little longer. Reset has that healing amplification coming out from Kaya Sanj. So sitting at 90 HP per second. Wants to be able to go in, get out. There is no BKB on him. Spirit Breaker. What a hero. Once you get to this point, it feels really good. Level 25, took the Greater Bash damage talent. I missed
He's about to have Wind Waker too.
Plus 800 HP, level 24. Just kidding. It's like so dull.
I love the minus 60-second respawn time. Global Silence is going to be used. Telekinesis to throw himself away from the fight. Arcane Curse still on him, but it's looking like FY is going to survive on this one. They've got the charge coming all the way through. It's going to be on the Shang-Chi. Sleight of Fist, Searing Chains, Time Dilation, but the Fear, it's going to hit this Faceless Void. Oh, BKB. Going back, a Venn diagram of Malices. Made a Searing Chains is going to be picked up by FY. Chalice also pushing in the creep wave mid while they're fighting here in the bottom lane with the charge.
He can be anywhere on the map. Top lane's also getting pushed in. These barracks, they're going to die if someone doesn't TP, so... Again,
send XWY back.
XWY needs to be that guy. Roshan available. Another blessing. Faceless Void would definitely love to get his hands on that one.
They're starting to take a TK off to the side. They've got the sentry down. They might have some vision. They'll throw in a sticky bomb. Lu smoked up, and he's going to be revealed on this one.
Wind Waker
Red Panda
is
standing on the
available
high
this time
ground.
around. Good
Shackle. It's going to be on 2. It's going to be on who's going to be in a little bit of trouble. They've got the Gleep near as well as the damage. No, it's not going to be enough. They go to the Chronosphere. It's going to be on both. FY
There's
as
the
well
Wind
as
Waker.
Somnus. Somnus up into the air with the Wind Waker. And now they've got the damage coming in. The right clicks through, but do they have enough? It's not looking likely. FY buys back into the fight.
dodge.
Somnus still
He is
surviving.
cornered.
But the time walk in, he's cornered. Nowhere for him to go. They're going to pop the Lincolns. They've got themselves the root, but do they have the damage to finish him off? They finally do, but he's got buyback. So now blast off that lands on both the Bounty Hunter as well as the Silencer. They get the kill on a Red Panda. They'll take him out, but buybacks galore from everybody on this team in this game. They take out TM Ming. TM Ming's gone for 85 seconds. He doesn't have buybacker. Wind Waker used by TK. Track on a FY. He blinks away, rooted up on Somnus, so he's not able to advance in this fight. They go to the Global Silence, and Lu still surviving. FY dead for the second time, down for 2 minutes. But now, looking over
found
Lu, do
XWY.
they have
Shackle
enough
doesn't connect.
damage? They go, and on the other side of the fight, they've got XWY, who's got the kill. No, it's Somnus who destroys him while is taken out by Lu. Lu's gonna buy back, and they do not have buyback on XWY.
Roshan's going back to the top lane, and seems like Ulu, he wants to go. And I need to go back, and someone again needs to defend the barracks. Man, what a
They don't have
crazy,
XWY to do
crazy
so.
fight. Faceless Void going ham. This time, Lu was not focused, and we see Wind Waker in action, buying a little bit more time.
That's going to hit. They've got the Nether Strike to follow it up. They have a blink here, and now he's just dead. He's got buyback, but that is not what you want to be doing if you're Ulu. TK, Red Panda, they're just the supports. They're trying to run, but the charge comes in from Chalice, and Red Panda already bought back in the previous engagement. He's dead too.
It's time to go for Roche. Somnus, like, force a buyback out of this Faceless Void. Somnus used buyback in the previous fight, so needs to be careful. He can't be the one going for that Roche. Chalice is charging somewhere on the top lane. He's all over the place on this Spirit Breaker.
It's kind of insane what he's able to do.
He needs to get these gems out of his inventory. He's missing Shadow Blade and Yasha Kaya.
For 2 gems. By the way, now this Roche turns into a Refresher Shard. And... well, they're going to get it on Azure.
57 minutes almost. That means that it's going to be tier 5 items relatively soon. But Somnus is the one holding the Aegis for 5 minutes. Can make a spot if he eats Aghanim Scepter, buys another item. Get something small, or if he wants to get Octarine Core, lower the cooldown on that Wind Run, which is undispellable with the talent.
Has he hit anything else? He's level 28, so he's got the other side of 2 of his talents so far, and they're going to go for the top set of racks. Ooh, holding that buyback. XWY also has his, and that is maybe a winning point here for them if they are able to survive on Shang-Chi. Telekinesis up into the air. They get the kill onto him. He's going to be dead for 2 minutes, and now they'll look over at XWY, but they've got the Pit of Malice down. It's not going to matter anymore with no more Underward, and there's the Mega Creeps coming in for Azure Ray.
Lu used Refresher of his own. Resummons it, waits for the bear. FY holding the Firestorm one more time. So now playing against Mega Creeps. You have one shot, pretty much. Faceless Void needs to buy Refresher to be able to have like 2 of those. He has Backtrack talent as well on level 25. But they're hitting the barracks. They're hitting these tier 4 towers. Faceless Void.
Look at how quickly they go down. Look at the range on the attack here from the bear. They go to the Chrono. It's going to be on Somnus as well as Lu. He's not the one who has the Aegises again. It's going to be on Somnus. The Chrono, oh, this time it's coming out from FY as well. So it's actually going to lock up XWY. The damage coming in from Somnus with a BKB pump. They weren't able to get the kill on Lu just yet, but now, oh, Yule's up into the air. Lu still surviving and still trying to run. They've got the Spirit Vessel on him. They'll go to the charge. They've got the Nether Strike. It's on XWY, who's going back into the base. They get the Aegis out of the hands of Somnus with the Wind Waker away from Chalice.
Oh,
Somnus,
no, Somnus,
now
he's in
the
trouble.
Shackle not connecting the damage onto Somnus. The telekinesis from FY. That's going to save him, pull him away from the fight. They've got the blast off. That's going to land on XWY. Wind Waker getting away from TK, and the base will just die, and it's Azure Ray who get the victory 2-0 over Aster Ares.
Whew, what a wild, wild game. Azure Ray, they don't seem too happy about it. They're like, how the hell did we win this game?
They were leaving the base. They were scared. They thought they might lose right there, but the base was taken. Oh my gosh.
Aster Ares, like, Ulu had some really nice chrono placements. The first, like, 20, 30 minutes of the game, he didn't even die a single time. But some of these buybacks did really cost him. They heavily committed, and then Azure Ray kind of exploited that one. FY, I gotta say, compared to how he looked in Vici Gaming, in this team, judging by the plays that he's doing with the stolen chronospheres, with the toss back, like just the firestorms, Pit of Malice, some like searing chains. He's been really all over the place, on point as well. And I gotta check how much damage he managed to do in the previous fight. 26,000. Not as much as I expected, but Somnus was the one carrying the team. Somnus is back, baby, no doubt about it. Had a little bit of a struggle during the first 15-ish minutes of the game, I would say, because they did really group around him. 2 supports constantly in his face, then struggled because he did not have a BKB available, but once he got it, things got much smoother. And love the build on Chalice, lowering the cooldown on his Wind Waker with this Octarine Core, and also Yasha Kaya. Just some good stuff. Wind Waker did change things a lot. So there was no Dispel, no Nullifier on their side. they were unable to focus on that target, kill it off immediately.
Yeah, it was a lot of things that they were able to do to keep these targets alive towards the back end of that, where it was like the telekinesis, like you said, and the Wind Waker. It's honestly, you're getting a little bit of adversity here for Azure Ray, and maybe that's a sign of maybe not all things running on all gears just yet. But truthfully, you want to get it out of the way now, and maybe it helps chip off that rust a little bit quicker when you have to deal with games like this. And not only that, but make the comeback. So Azure Ray, they were put in a pretty difficult spot. I mean, you even look at Somnus's everybody's KDA. Nobody really had a lack of deaths, but 11, 9, and 15. There were times when Somnus and Lou had found themselves dead, and the rest of the team were able to hold on to the game a little bit. And it's the adversity that I alluded to, and you just see it here where they were able to skirt away with a win, but I really thought Aster Aries was going to potentially hold on to it. I would have to say if I had to pick an MVP, it's got to be Somnus as time went on, right?
Yeah, Somnus was doing a lot of work, but rest of the team also there. I think it's kind of hard to choose. We are going to give it to Somnus, a little bit biased, seeing him in action again. So no real surprise there. But the rest of the team also played extremely well around him. They did support him with like all these Glimmer Capes, Guardian Greaves, refilled his bottle multiple times as well. He popped off some really nice shackles as well. He needed to go all in on this damage. Also getting Aghanim Scepter, I think, was a really big deal.
Yeah, he got that Ags, and then
level 25.
And then he got level 25. There was the free Ags that came in. Like he was ready to just buy the Ags and make sure that everything went their way and did what he needed so the team could win. And you could see, we had 2 2-0s today. Piggy Killer taking out Team Bright. That's the Fly-led squad of Piggy Killer that came up from Division 2. And Azure Ray taking out Aster Aries. And this is the newly formed Somnus stack, or as some are calling it, LGD Light. So,
haven't heard that one before.
But yeah, the leaderboard is as shown. A couple teams with some wins. Actually, Piggy Killer 1-1. But XG, LGD, they've got 1 win, no losses. Azure Ray leading it with 1 win, or at least where they're placed on this graphic, as they're all tied for first with the 1 win, 0 losses. And then Bright and Aster Aries, they're in the relegation zone at the moment with 1 loss and then 2 losses respectively. So a bit of a rough path right now for Aster Aries.
Definitely. Pretty similar to Tour 1, I would say. In Tour 2, they had a freebie, and they played slightly better compared to Tour 1, I would say, where they did manage to get some of the dubs. They also had a free one, playing against outsiders from China, of course, because everybody won against them 2-0. But they're not in a good spot. Like, even after they swapped the mid laner, they still have these same issues where, like, the biggest one for me was them playing laning stage really well. And then after it ends, they kind of fall apart. They are getting better at it, but you're going to see them, like, having 2-3k gold lead 15 minutes into the game. They're doing really well. And then when it comes down to decision making, they do crumble. They still have this thing going, but it's not as bad as it was before. Even though they're losing, I can still see the improvement from Aster Aries.
Yeah, there's definitely that improvement. And I think XWY, despite the fact that they lost 2-0, he showed me some things that I was kind of impressed by. And so did like Shanksy. I thought there was some improvements there as well. So it looked overall really good. You saw the schedule for our next play day here for the Chinese DPC, and that's pretty much, at this point, all we've got for you on this Chinese DPC day. It's been a fun one, some debuts for the season, and a fun overall day, especially with that last game. So we're going to say goodbye to y'all, and I hope you have a good slumber before we're back with more Chinese DPC. But we'll see you guys later. Have a good night.